Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shouts out to everybody that comes in the room. You guys already know what to do. Wherever you're watching the video from, make sure that you share it. All right. Also, make sure you bang on that like button as you guys come in and say what's up so we know who we working with. We already got my man Keith Weston in the building. What up with it, Keith? Good to see you as always. And we got, hey, Mr. Knickerbocker in the building early. Good to see you as always. Make sure you guys drop some radiation emojis for the early comers. All right. So we're going to just hop right into this right away because I actually think I might do a couple more streams tonight. Straight black men are the white people of black people. You guys know how I always sarcastically say that. Oh, yeah, well, this individual sounds like an individual that would say black men are the white people of black people. Y'all thought I was making that shit up. No, I actually got that paraphrase from an article that some intellectual, non-existent intellectuals made. All right. Now, the reason why I find this ironic is because now Stacy Abrams wants the white vote, aka the straight black male vote. So here's my question. How, in one sense, do you write an article like this? And then you turn around and write an article like this. Same publication, by the way. Same publication, by the way. You write this. Stacy Abrams states she will win Georgia if black men show up to vote for her. You mean the white people? you mean the white? You mean you want the white people of black people? Now, here's the problem with this whole thing, right? Stacey Abrams had one of her operatives, Tiffany Cross, on MSNBC, talking about black men have joined up with, quote, the oppressor. Okay, who is the oppressor? Now, in many cases, I believe that, but I call those particular individuals out by name. If you're not calling people out by name, then you're talking to everybody, which means that you're talking to me because I'm a straight black male. And you didn't make any specifications. You specifically said straight black male. And if you said straight black male, then that means all if you don't specify. See, like I said, when I talk about particular individuals, I specify. Shout out to USA Army Brat. What's up with it? Good to see you. My man Carlton Way is in the building. What up with it, bro? So, how do you go in one instance from, black men being the white people of black people to all of a sudden now you need the white vote, aka the black male vote, for Stacey Abrams to win the election? She should be able to win it on her own accolades. Now, I don't know if you guys saw Reality Check Virtual Radio, Black Light Revelations podcast this morning, but we went over Stacey Abrams' plan as far as the quote black male agenda line by line, and there was nothing on there specifically for black males. Now, here's my thing, right? I'm not somebody that says that you should just sit there and stare at lift all voice policies. I think that if you can take advantage of them, by all means, take advantage of them, but just understand that they're not specifically for black people. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're going to talk about her. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about her. I'm not going to call her all kind of, B words and be disrespectful, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't get down like that. But you know what I'm saying? We're just gonna go over some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it's fascinating how you can make these comments in one instance, and then in the same instance, you expect these same people to vote for you. These are the same people that thought that we were so dumb that they would offer strippers. You know what I'm saying? They would say, we got strippers at the poll if you come up here and vote. You know what I'm saying? You guys remember that? You guys remember that a couple years ago? I'm gonna see if I can find something. A couple years ago. Now, what I find fascinating is this is Madame Winnour. All right, this is Madame Winnour. More like Madame Manure. You know what I'm saying? They had an advertisement with some strippers talking about come vote. This is the black men because we're so stupid. The only thing that we respond to is ass. Get your booty to the poll. New PSA featuring Atlanta strippers encourages us to get out the vote like we've never seen before. That right there, using that as an advertisement to vote, should be a reason why you never vote or deal with that particular party ever again. Because that's what they think of you. They think that you're so stupid. You know what I'm saying? That you can't do anything other than think about ass to go to vote. Look at this. I'm gonna show you guys something else. So there's a long history. There's a long history, all right, of this. Okay. I'm gonna show you now an article from Newsmax. Shout out to Call Obsidian. What up with it, bro? Michelle Obama, all right. Michelle Obama blames black voters for Trump's 2010 win. Now, here's my question. Shout out to Deneen. Shout out to Janesta. What up with y'all? My question is, what other group? Shout out to my man Extreme X. I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. Good to see you. What up with it? Now, what other group of people attempts to shame people for how they vote instead of reevaluating their policy platforms and putting putting necessary items on the platform that are necessary for what people need to be economically viable and to live a good life? Who does that? Who did that? You guys remember this? I got another one. Check this out. You guys, hold on real quick. My bad. I looked for the wrong thing. Hold on. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, smash that like button for me real quick. You guys remember this? Stacy Abrams? Or not Stacy Abrams, but Aunt Maxine? I actually got an Aunt Maxine. I actually got an Aunt Maxine, but she ain't like this one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. What up with it, Tia? Aunt Maxine, she says that she would never forgive black men who voted for Trump. So now there's a long line, there's a long legacy of this. We're not going to act like this is something new with Stacey Abrams. This is a Democrat tactic, clearly. Shout out to my man DeAndre Ross. What up with it? So now these women, Maxine Waters, Michelle Obama, Stacey Abrams, they have to be among the individual that believes this. Straight black men are the white people of black people. So what that means is that popular ideology, popular thought process, the underlying thoughts is that black men are not correct. If you're a straight black man, you're not correct. You're anatomically, genetically, and cognitively incorrect if you're a straight black man. Because we're the white people of black people. That's what the root says. Now, how many people agree with that? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. So now my question is, if a straight black man is not a correct black man, my question is, what is a correct black man? Also, for everybody that says that black men are, inherently LGBTQ, or black men had this propensity for, having, bisexual, homosexual tendencies, the monkeypox numbers don't support that. So just so everybody is aware of that, the monkeypox numbers actually support that the men who women think are the masculine pillar of society have those tendencies because they lead in monkeypox numbers. So, and that's irrefutable. You can make a million videos talking shit if you want to. Take it up with the New England Journal of Medicine. So now that we've went through a brief history, we're gonna review this article here from 9/19 of 2017. Why not? It's a 5-year anniversary. It's your anniversary. It feels counterintuitive to suggest that straight black men as a whole possess any sort of privilege, particularly the type of privilege created for and protected by whiteness. All right. In America, we are near or at the bottom in every relevant metric determining quality of life. Our arrest and incarceration rates, our likelihood of dying a violent death, our likelihood of graduating high school and attending college, our employment rates, our average net worth, our likelihood of surviving past 70. I could continue, but the point is clear. But assessing our privilege or lack thereof on these facts considers only our relationship with whiteness and America. Intraracially, however, our relationship to and with black women is not unlike whiteness's relationship to us. In fact, it's eerily similar. Now, that's interesting. I got a question. Do you guys agree with that, or do you guys disagree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. We're the ones for whom the first black president created an entire initiative to assist and uplift. Do you guys recall that? I don't even recall the first black president. I recall the first biracial president, and now we have a biracial vice president, but I don't recall the first black president. How does that work, by the way? In some situations, biracial people are black, and then in other situations, biracial people aren't black. How does that work? Which one is it? I'm confused. I just want to know which one it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care, but I'm just curious how that works. We're the ones whose beatings and deaths at the hand of police galvanize the community in a way that beatings and sexual assaults and death that those same police inflict on black women do not, which I find interesting because I'm outraged by beatings and deaths of any black person. I was just as outraged by the beating or by the killing of Breonna Taylor. I was outraged by the killing of that young girl in Columbus, Ohio. I don't know. Now, if I sat here and said that I didn't see a lot of black men online going in on these black women who got killed by the police, I'd be lying, because a lot of men did do that shit, which I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they did that. Kwame Brown was one of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So now here it says, we're the ones whose mistreatment inspired a boycott of the NFL, despite the NFL's long history of mishandling and outright ignoring far worse crimes against black women. What do you guys think about that? So the NFL ignored far worse crimes against black women. Did that really? So here's my question: what did the WNBA do about crimes against black women? That's my question. How many black female players does the NFL have? Am I missing something here? Other than a couple hundred IQ points to make myself have a human brain, am I missing something here? Help me out, guys. Shout out to my man Alonzo Griffin. Now, I'll tell you what the NFL did. The NFL did something called race norming. How many of you guys know what race norming is? But what I find fascinating, though, is that not too many people talk about that. My man Cole says they ignored crimes against us as a while the gender divide is real, and it's sad. I don't think the gender divide is helping anything at all. As a matter of fact, I think it's a soft eugenics program that black men and black women have fallen for, which is not surprising, you know what I'm saying? Because it seems like that happens a lot. The falling for part, that is. So now here it says, we are the ones who get the biggest seat at the table and the biggest piece of chicken at the table, despite making the smallest contribution to the meal. Now, I find that fascinating. Are we talking about in every single situation here? Or is this guy just talking about at his household because he's got a rinky-dink journalist job writing opinion pieces for the Rot? This is it. This is all dynamics that I'm not aware of. So, you know what I'm saying? Let your boy know how accurate this is. And nowhere is this more evident than when considering the collective danger we pose to black women and our collective lack of willingness to accept and make amends for that truth. Now, that's interesting, right? Because what I've never seen is the Rot write an article from a straight black male's perspective about black femicide. I've actually done multiple videos about black femicide. Now, another thing is that we don't control the law enforcement system. So now here's the issue, right? A lot of that black femicide falls under a larger umbrella of domestic violence. And please don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to all lives matter black femicide, because black femicide is something that is very important that people don't take serious, that people need to actually look at a lot more. But a lot of black femicide falls under the umbrella of domestic violence. And I don't know if anybody has ever been a friend of somebody who suffered from domestic violence, or if you've known or been in proximity of people that are dealing with domestic violence. But law enforcement has a long-standing history on dropping the ball when it comes to domestic violence in general. Now, the domestic violence issue, that doesn't account for violent crimes and random robberies, like when that lady was at that liquor store in Harlem and the dude's just bitter face. Not that. I'm talking about relationship violence. So my thing is okay, like that's fine. How do we deal with that? And please, can we please get a shout out for the Gucci background? Gucci, you know what I'm saying? I gotta agree with Deneen. He sounds like a woman. If you guys agree with Deneen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And I gotta agree with PD Chicago B1. Chad Wheeler is proof they don't give a fuck about black women. That's facts. Chad Wheeler had a long history of violence and abuse. They didn't do shit. They didn't kill his ass. He probably damn near killed his girlfriend. They ain't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, it's a damning and depressing paradox when speaking about race and racism. We want our concerns and our worries and fears to be acknowledged. We want for white people to at least make an effort to understand our reality is different from theirs, and that white supremacy is a vital and inextricable part of America's foundation. And we grow frustrated when they refuse to acknowledge their role historically and presently in propagating it. I don't give a fuck how white people feel about white supremacy. So this is the root speaking for the root. I don't know about this collective. I don't give a fuck if a white person accepts the role. I don't give a fuck if a white person doesn't accept the role. It's the same as I don't give a fuck if you say that the sky is pink. It's not. Like, I don't care. Just because you said that the sky is pink does not mean that it's not blue. So why the root has this desire to, I just want you to understand, I just want you to at least make an effort that our reality is it's just a little bit different than yours. Hey, you go ahead with that. You go ahead with that kind of psychology. You go ahead with that kind of approach. Root, that approach isn't going to get you anywhere. Because they damn for sure don't give a fuck about what you think. Matter of fact, they don't even think that you're capable of thought. So, yeah. Shout out to Kelly Goodman. What up with it? I got to agree with Kelly. They don't care. So what the root is saying is that one of the objectives of the root is that what they want is acceptance. They want validation. They want white people to say, oh, you know what? Yeah, we've been kicking your ass for all these years. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't give a fuck. I've lived long enough. I've studied enough history. I've seen firsthand accounts of enough events to know what reality is. I don't need it validated by the people who are benefiting from the reality. And I got to agree with PD Chicago B1. The root comes with the alphabet agenda. Facts. And I got to agree with my man DeAndre. We ain't finna live in that reality with y'all. We not finna live in that fantasy world with y'all. We're not. So now when the racism isn't blatant or doesn't appear to exist at all, which is never the case, it's never the case. There is never a case in the United States as it is today when racism doesn't appear or exist at all. And if you don't believe me, all you got to do is just Google dead Negro holler, which is the actual location. 2 places, as a matter of fact. One in Kentucky and one in, if I'm not mistaken, Oklahoma. A Tennessee court just overruled removing Confederate memorabilia from a courtroom. So there's evidence of racism all around. Kelly says that they were calling black men toxic at one point. Oh, they say that we're toxic. That's why I got the toxic radiation emojis. I'm a black man. You know what I'm saying? I must be toxic. Throw some of them radiation emojis in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the toxic. Shout out to the toxic Avengers. You know what I'm saying? Get your mops. You know what I'm saying? Because we've trained ourselves to be able to sense it, even in a minute and barely perceivable amounts, because of our safety, because our safety depends on our recognition of it. We share how it feels to be stopped by a police officer, or perhaps walk into an all-white bar and have each eye trained on us, or perhaps to jaunt down the street in an all-white neighborhood and end up dead like Ahmaud Arbery. Which again, why in any of these situations would you do any of this shit? Now, sometimes you can't avoid being stopped by a police officer. Why would you walk into an all-white bar? Why would you jog down the street in an all-white neighborhood? This is all stupid shit. So, like, my question is, why would you do any of this? Let me ask you a question. Now, white people would. We know this because we've seen somebody die as a result of it. How many people in here would stick their head in the mouth of an alligator? Do we got any brave people in here that would stick their head in the mouth of an alligator? You guys want to see some people that do? You want to see what those people look like? You guys want to see some? You guys want to see that? I'm gonna show y'all what that looks like. Okay. And let me ask you a question. When you look at these images, I want y'all to tell me in the comment section, what is it that you think that you won't see? What is it that you won't see, ladies and gentlemen? What is it that you won't see? What is it that you won't see? Let's go through these real quick. So we got this right here. Yeah, I don't even care if it's not alive. You wouldn't catch me doing it. I don't care if it's not alive. You wouldn't catch me doing it. Now that looks alive, definitely wouldn't catch me doing it. Wouldn't catch me doing that. Wouldn't catch me doing that. Now it's always one. It's always one. He just said, fuck it. He was tired of sweeping up the river, so he just about to say, fuck it. He gonna clock out in the alligator's mouth. Looks like they got a whole competition of doing this. Some Asian people I stick my head in the mouth of the alligator. Look at this. This motherfucker wrestling an alligator. That's a live alligator. I'm stick my head in the mouth. This motherfucker straddling an alligator. It's about to bite his face. This is some kind of sport, looks like. I mean, they even have a sport for this. This is Division 1 of Is Your Ass Crazy? You know what I'm saying? This is some A-League Is Your Ass Crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker's about to share the bubble gum with the alligator. I thought this dude was black, but he must be. He's a dark Asian, so I go corrected. You know what I'm saying? He's straddling it. This motherfucker finna feed it a hot dog. You're crazy. That's the same way that I look at any of those activities that they just listed. You're gonna go running in a white neighborhood? Not really. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. You're gonna walk into an all-white bar? No, not gonna do that one either. Nope. So now why the Root feels that they validate racism being alleviated because doing that, I guess, I don't know, is okay. I don't see how that is of any benefit to anybody. Does that make any sense? So now here it says, although we recognize that not all white people are actively racist, we want them to accept that all benefit from racism. Look at this. It says we want them to accept that all benefit from racism, and we become annoyed when individual whites take personal exception and center themselves in any conversation about race, claiming to be the good ones and wishing for us to stop and acknowledge their goodness. Again, I don't care about any of this shit. This is not some shit that's on my mind. It's not some shit that I'm concerned about. The shit that I'm concerned about is black people exercising the fullest potential that black people have. I don't give a fuck about what white people think about black people. I don't care. The only thing that I do care as far as what white people think about is when they attempt to come up with creative ways to try to harm us or stop anything that we may have going on. But this shit that they're talking about here, we want them to accept that all benefit from racism and that we become annoyed. I don't become shit. I don't become a damn thing. I'm gonna tell you something. If a white person acknowledged racism or not, guess what? I'm gonna make another YouTube video another day. And I'm gonna go to work the next day. And there's nothing really that's going to change. Because white people understanding and accepting the fact that many of them are racist and that all of them benefit from racism, what I care about is destroying racism at the source. And also not just destroying racism at the source, but world domination at the source, where we completely control the global economy. I feel that we should control the world economy to the point where we pay our own reparations and it's double dipping because we just have that much of a grip on the world's economy. And I don't care what people think about it. I don't care if people think it's some Legion of Doom sounding shit. I don't care if people are scared. I don't care if people say that it's racist. I don't care. You know why? Because I have lived under the domination of other people for long enough. And so since it's been just okay for me to live under that, then there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to enjoy some of that at some point as well. So now here it says, but when black women share that we pose the same existential and literal danger to them that whiteness does to us, and when black women ask us to give them the benefit of the doubt about street harassment and sexual assaults and other form of harassment and violence we might not personally witness, and when black women tell us that allowing our cousins and brothers co-workers and niggas, to use misogynistic language, propagates that culture of danger. And when Black women admit how scary it can be to get followed and approached by a man while waiting for a bus or walking home from work, and when Black women articulate how hurtful it is for our actions to domestic abuse and their rapes and murders to be what women need to do differently to prevent this from happening, instead of what we as men need to do differently to prevent us from doing this to them, their words are met with resistance and outright pushback. Now, here's my thing. I will agree that there's a large group of men who actually do that, but I don't feel that this article represents the totality of Black men, because I think that the majority of Black men are not cool with seeing harm come to Black women. I don't believe that. I don't care who. I don't care what manosphere creators say it. I don't care what female empowerment creators say it. I don't think that the general collective of Black people enjoys seeing harm come to one another. And there's nothing that anybody will ever do to make me believe that. Now, again, there's always that toxic element, and you see it right here on YouTube. There's constantly Black men, content creators, shaming Black women for things that happen. Constantly Black women, content creators, shaming Black men for things that happen. But in my opinion, those are overemphasis on outlier events, and they don't account for the entire collective. And the problem is that YouTube's artificial intelligence algorithm pushes that as if that's popular thought. And it's not. It's unpopular thought. And this very gender divide, this shit right here, this is what Stacy Abrams and Tiffany Cross are using to try to galvanize a shame-based voter resurrection for Stacey Abrams by calling out Tariq Nasheed and calling out Kevin Samuels. All you guys who've been on my channel for a long time, you guys know that I'm a Kevin Samuels critic. I didn't disrespect Kevin Samuels after he passed away, but I'm a critic. Now, if he said something that I agree with, I made a video like, yo, Kevin Samuels hit the nail on the head this time. More videos than not, I said, nah, Kevin Samuels be on some shit. I don't even think Kevin Samuels looked at himself as if he was part of the like new Black media or anything like that. But they on MSNBC attacking him. He dead. They attacked Tariq Nasheed by name. Any of you people that quote Tariq Nasheed, they're mad because Tariq Nasheed doesn't need them. I don't agree with everything that Tariq Nasheed says, but I agree with what Tariq Nasheed is doing. He's built himself a healthy platform that's independent of any white media vehicle. And that's something that Tiffany Cross, and that's something that Joy Reid, and that's something that none of these Democrat operatives have. That's one of the things that I'm trying to build, and I'm trying to help my people build. I'm trying to help my man Izzy get his shit up. Anybody that messes with me, if they want to try to, start a platform or anything like that, I try to help them out. You guys know me and TD work together all the time. Because in my opinion, that's the model that needs to happen, because none of us are ever going to have an ounce of time on any of these white media platforms. Pay close attention to this, y'all. Fox News put Tariq Nasheed on there to go head to head with Tucker Carlson before any of the Democrats, before any of MSNBC, before any of CNN. CNN got Ice Cube on there and ambushed him. Did the same thing as Fox sold. And that's facts, PD Chicago. She made Eddie Griffin's point, though. We don't leave this earth clean. That's a fact. Yeah, and I agree, U.S. Army brat. It was ridiculous. And they can't stand Tariq, which it means he's doing something right. You know what I'm saying? I think they get really sensitive by Tariq's roasts. I think they get sensitive by Tariq's roast. You know what I'm saying? I think they might turn on a Tariq Nasheed live stream and they see like 8,000 laughing emojis while he's just roasting, talking about him and shit. And I think that really might get to him and shit. You know what I'm saying? That might get to him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It might get to him. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit. What y'all think? And I think it might get to him a little bit. So now here it says, after demanding from white people that we're listened to and believe that our livelihoods are considered, our ears shut off and hearts shut down when black women are pleading with us. And again, in my opinion, these are a lot of these actual real live misogynists. You know what I'm saying? Not people that just have a disagreement or a gripe with women and they say, oh, you're a misogynist. No, I'm talking about actual misogynists that actually don't give a fuck. That's hilarious, Kelly. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they don't want. They do not want people having their own platforms. You know what I'm saying? They don't want that. And my thing is, I think that people should have their own platforms and they should expand their own platforms. I swear, if I could make content about every single thing that you guys send me, I swear to y'all I would. I just literally don't have time. But it's important though. And what people need to do is people need to start building off of YouTube. Like YouTube is not the final frontier. You know what I mean? Once you've gotten a successful following on YouTube, you got yourself financially grounded. If you're using YouTube or some other platform, then start working on the next one. Because as long as there's mouthpieces, you know what I mean? And instead of actual grassroots voices, the politics are always going to be deranged. You're going to always have somebody leading you instead of you telling your own story. And that's not good. That's not healthy. That's what continues and perpetuates confusion. My man DeAndre says, but you got the 50-11 channels for it though. Facts. And I use all of them bad boys. Black Light Revelations 4, we talk about the environment. All the stuff that and that's honestly why I haven't really been using the other channels lately, because all the stuff that we talk about on those sub channels, what else is there to say about it? It's all already came through. We working on the next batch. You know what I'm saying? And none of that stuff is anything that the mainstream media is actually telling you about. None of it. The housing market is falling. You know what I'm saying? Stock market is crashing. There's a lot of important stuff going on out there. Information that you can use to empower yourself, but that's not what they talk about. You got Tiffany Cross on MSNBC sitting here crying about Tariq Nasheed because all Tariq Nasheed got to do is press the live button on YouTube and he'll have more watch hours in one live stream than she gets in an entire year. And that's not an exaggeration. As small as my YouTube channel is, my YouTube channel has more watch hours than the Black News channel before it got axed. As small as my channel is, that's pathetic. My channel is pathetic. If my channel is pathetic and my channel outdid a channel that got $1 million, you know, like, what was it, $10 million infusion? I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. But that shows that these people are not in touch. And because these people are not in touch, they cannot continue to be the loudest voice. They cannot. Shout out to my man Iron Will. So now here it says, making things worse is that Black women and girls are also Black people in America. And we realize that. I'm pretty sure Ice Cube actually said that when he was criticized on Fox News for not including Black women in the contract for Black America. He's like, oh, I thought we were all Black people. You know what I'm saying? The effects of racism, metaphysical and literal, and the existential dread and dangers felt when existing while black are not exclusive to black men and boys. Uh, I'm sure there's a small packet of men who talk like that, but I don't think that that's the collective. And now another thing that I want to ask is think about this. Think about how hard white supremacists have to be laughing at black men and black women blaming each other and saying that each group benefits from white supremacy more or less than the other one, when white supremacists is sitting back laughing like, I can't stand either one of y'all. I mean, think about the humor that they must take in that. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we got 24 people in the building. Shout out and thank you to all 24 people that are watching. If everybody can take a moment and bang on that like button. Also, please make sure that you guys share the video out. You know what I'm saying? Share it to your groups, share it to Facebook, share it to Twitter. All right. And remember, always keep watching, because when it comes to my channel, there's always something else that I made right after it. So now here it says they face the same racisms that we do and the same doubts from whites about whether racism actually exists that we do. And then they're forced to attempt to convince their brothers, partners, and friends, and fathers, and cousins, and lovers of the dangers of existing as black women. And they're met with the same doubts. And my question is, who doubts the dangers that black women deal with existing? To all my fellas in here, do you all doubt any dangers that black women face? If you guys do, give me a thumbs up and explain to me which ones that you doubt. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. Me personally, I don't. I've seen them firsthand. So I don't. I know exactly what time it is. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the same resistance, the same questions. They are not believed in the predominantly white world, nor in the predominantly black communities, and we black men remain either uninterested in sincerely addressing and destructing this culture of danger and pervasive doubt, or refuse to admit that it even exists. Now, here's my thing. Even the toxic black men, the black men that this article should be addressed to, even they actually acknowledge the existence of these things, because they call the individuals that do this kind of stuff Pookies and Ray Rays. Even in their feeble minds, they call these motherfuckers Pookies and Ray Rays. So there definitely is an understanding that this stuff actually happens. There are people that engage in this kind of degeneracy. People acknowledge it. So you got to ask yourself, what is this article talking about, and who is this article talking to? I'm not quite sure where I first heard straight black men are the white people of black people. I know I read a version of it recently in Seiki Benibo's The 444 Effect. Mila Mashinko tweeted, Cachette black men are the white people of black people, over a year ago, and apparently received so much criticism for it that she temporarily locked her account. But in a conversation we had earlier today, she shared that her tweet was actually a revision of another tweet she'd read. A month after Mila's tweet, it was revised again by this Twitter account here. And I also know I've read pieces and been a part of conversations connecting our black men's relationships with black women to the relationship we have with white people, but never quite heard it articulated this way. Either way, that statement, that phrasing, and what they suggest are shocking and succinct, simple, subtle, and fucking scary. How about incorrect to add to that? Now, here's my question. How many people believe that straight black men are the white people of black people? Fast forward to August 11th of 2022. Yeah, it was the root or the griot. You already know what time it is. And that's a fact, Keith. We all get labeled Pookie and Ray Ray. Every single one of us. We get labeled Pookie and Ray Ray by black people, and we get labeled Dindus by white people. And all the while, white people just sit back laughing. So now Stacy Abrams states she will win Georgia if, and everywhere where you guys see black men from here on out, substitute in the white people of black people show up to vote for her. So Stacey Abrams states that she will win Georgia if the white people of black people show up to vote for her. So to all my white people of black people that are in the room, how many of you guys plan on showing up to vote for Stacey Abrams? Is there anybody that has a valid reason of why Stacey Abrams has earned your vote? Now, before we get into this article, and this is going to be a long live stream, guys, I apologize. I know you guys don't like those long live streams, but a lot of times when it comes to breaking this kind of stuff down, it kind of takes a while. The reason why Stacey Abrams is saying that is because of the reality. This is the reality. The reality is that the world is correct. Democrats fret as Stacey Abrams struggles in Georgia's governor race. So she's struggling. She's struggling. She's struggling. You know what I'm saying? And the Democrats are fretting. So when the Democrats fret, the go-to is not to offer policy to black men or to black people. It's to try to either scare or shame people into voting. Now, let's take a look, right? Before we get into this article. What we need to do is we need to look at Stacey Abrams' policy platform. And I don't know if did you guys see Stacey Abrams' policy platform? If you guys saw Stacey Abrams' policy platform, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you did not, give me a thumbs down. When all else fails, blame black people. Facts, Alonzo. It was a fat nothing burger with mayonnaise dripping off of it. No pickles, no onions, no bacon. It was a Beyond Burger, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't even beef or turkey meat, you know what I'm saying? Because turkey meat is good, you know what I'm saying? Turkey meat is good. I like turkey meat. It does it. But it was a big Beyond Burger of nothing with a whole side of glyphosate. Black men's agenda. This is from Stacey Abrams. You know what I'm saying? Stacey Abrams' black men agenda. Let's see what's on here. Probably abort us all, being the first thing, because she is pro-abortion. You know what I'm saying? Black men deserve leadership that sees them, serves them, and believes in them. All right, so first of all, let's just attack this right here. That sees them, right? So that means that if you see the black men, then that means that you will address black men in your policy, right? Okay, I see black men. Okay, that means I see that there could be some issues that black men have. So I will address them in the policy. So let's go to the policy line by line. All right. Economic security. All right. Also, check out this number. She said that they're going to leverage Georgia's $5 billion surplus, a plan that economists agree will not raise taxes. All right. So they're going to use $5 billion, right? $5 billion surplus. That's what she says, according to her. Now, when we did the calculations on this earlier, they only utilized 15 million in here. Shout out to my man Lunch. What's up with it, bro? Establish a $10 million small business investment fund. Doesn't say anything about black men. Doesn't say anything about black people. We're just going to establish a $10 million small business investment fund. Provide capital and contract opportunities for black small businesses. Okay, now this isn't black male specific. Remember, we have to hold Stacy Abrams to the Ice Cube standards. Do you guys think that that's fair? Am I being unfair? We're holding Stacy Abrams to the Ice Cube standards. The Ice Cube standards were set by Vivica Fox and Fox Soul. What's in it for black women and where are black women addressed? Okay, cool. What's in this for black men and where are black men addressed? Is that fair? Or is there some bullshit, bogus, emotional nonsense of why that is not a fair standard? Is that me being misogynistic? Am I being a misogynist? Because what is always said is how stupid black men are, and that what we should do is galvanize more, right? In the same way that women like the women on Fox Soul did, right? Okay, cool. So I'll copy that model and I'll say, okay, Stacy Abrams, we're holding you to the Ice Cube standards. The Ice Cube standards are bring that shit back when it says something with black men on it. Because that's basically what they told Ice Cube. And Ice Cube said, okay. And Ice Cube met him halfway. I got a feeling that when it comes to this, Ice Cube is going to be way more liberal than Stacy Abrams. But remember, Ice Cube falls under that umbrella of the white people of black people. I don't know when white people have ever negotiated. If white people did negotiate, we'd have some form of reparation. But they have never negotiated. It's always I'm white and I say so. So I have a feeling that this will be I'm Stacy and I say so, and nothing will get negotiated. Another thing is they're going to sidestep and dodge everybody that has an issue with this. And what they're going to do is they're going to get some moron, you know what I'm saying? Like that beige dude, I can't think of his name, Eric Dyson or whatever his name is, and get him on here and say, oh yeah, this is the plan for black men, black men, I mean, if black men would get off their ass and do some shit, then maybe they could utilize some shit that's in this. That's what they'll do. But they won't have anybody on here that has a big issue with it. I go on here. They're not going to have me on here though. They'll never have, you will never see me on any of this kind of shit. Never. So never expect it. And it's not because I won't go. I'll confront any of these motherfuckers. Black, white, I don't give a shit. But it's not because I won't go. It's because it wouldn't be in their best interest. Because they're going to get dog walked and you'll see the flesh melt right off of their face when I get done with them. And they know that. So let's look at this. We're going to break this down like an organic compound, line by line. Eliminate fees and red tape to start your own business. Again, what does this have to do with black men? It doesn't say black men initiatives. Increase purchasing from black-owned businesses by state entities. Now, this is interesting because this is actually giving the white government purchasing power and a large chunk of these black-owned businesses' revenue. We're going to increase the purchasing. So then these black businesses get dependent on the purchasing. And then when the state says, we're pulling the funding, then they tank. Me personally, I'd rather have my business funded by the grassroots. I'd rather have my businesses funded directly by people that I know actually benefit from my products and actually have a use for my products. Not just people buying something in bulk because they have extra money. And then let's just say, Russia decides to invade somewhere else or China decides to invade Taiwan. We can't spend the money no more because we got a whole bunch of Taiwanese immigrants coming over, which will be happening soon. So now here it says allow multiple small companies to jointly bid on state contracts as a prime contractor. Again, this right here, this policy platform, this is what it looks like when you think somebody is attracted to strippers and that strippers will make them come out to vote. No doubt, bro. Have a good night at work, bro. Close the gap between minority and non-minority business revenues in 6 to 8 years. So now we're dealing with the minority language, which, remember, LGBTQ white men and women, as well as white women, fall under the blanket of minorities. And I got, if you guys agree with Deneen, vague, 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 give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is vague, but it's purposely vague. You know what I'm saying? It's purposely vague. This is why you're not getting any votes. Put money back in your pocket. Tax rebates for everyone making less than $250,000. You're an idiot. The reason why you're going to give people tax rebates for people making less than $250,000 is because a recent study came out about the economy saying that people that make $250,000 are now living paycheck to paycheck. Who remembers that stream? Shout out to the All Money Ain't Good Money series. If you ain't watched it, you should. That's why you're targeting $250,000, because people in the United States making $250,000 are now living paycheck to paycheck. Multiple studies have come out, talked about the economy is in that much of a dire condition. If you guys believe me, give me a thumbs up. If you guys do not believe me, give me a thumbs down. I'm going to show you guys this. I'm going to show you guys this real quick because I think it's important. It's important for people to see this kind of stuff. Sometimes people just throw arbitrary stuff out there and it's like, yeah, you know, it sounds good, but is it really true? Oh, there goes that baby right there. You know what I'm saying? Remember, we had a baby food shortage. 20% of people earning $250,000 per year live paycheck to paycheck. This don't say anything about black people, black men, black anything. What it says is 20% of people earning $250,000 per year live paycheck to paycheck. That number is going to increase because the Fed just came out with numbers that were not favorable, and it does show the pattern of us moving towards a recession, which is one of the reasons why all the markets have been crashing. Shout out to my people that invest in crypto. You know what I'm saying? Low-wage workers aren't the only group of Americans regularly spending most or all of their paychecks. So now, when you see that number, $250,000, what does that tell you? That number, $250,000, means that this is a lift all tides policy. Now, here's my question. Let's go even deeper into these numbers. How many black men make $250,000 a year? I'm sure there's a significant amount, but I'm probably sure that there's a significant amount of people who are not black that make $250,000 a year too. So who will be most of the beneficiaries of a policy that's aimed at people that make $250,000 a year? Probably not black men. But they don't expect you to have a brain. They expect you to just want to see some ass shaking. They want to see you seeing something, you know what I'm saying? Wind it up, drop it down, move it all around. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want you to see. If you're watching something wind up and drop down, it better be the line on the stock market graph, because that'll point you right here to this. A greater share of Americans, look at this, a greater share of Americans who earn more than $250,000 annually are spending all of what they bring in, all of it, compared with workers earning less than $100,000, according to a new analysis from the Bank of America Institute. And they're not the only ones that did an analysis on this and found this exact same information. So now here it says, to be sure, people who are truly living paycheck to paycheck tend to be lower down the income ladder, the company said. But the findings also show that a significant share of workers at all income levels regularly spend all of their income or more. So imagine what's going on with their paychecks now with inflation at a 40-year high. Shout out to my man Tarek. What up with it, bro? What's going on now? In any given income group, there is a slug of people that look like they're financially quite stretched in terms of their outgoing relative to their incomings. David Tinsley, senior economist for the Bank of America Institute, told CBS Money Watch. We're going to define paycheck to paycheck. Now, here's my question to everybody that's in here right now. I'm sure most of you guys have, because most of the time, shout out to all my subscribers, it's usually everybody the same in here. You know what I'm saying? We don't get too many new faces. How many people have watched all of the All Money Ain't Good Money series? Because I'm about to start dropping some more, but I'm just curious, how many people have watched all of the All Money Ain't Good Money series? If you guys watched all of the All Money Ain't Good Money series, then you know all about this. And you know I'm not making this up. Bank of America economists tapped the anonymized client data to look at consumer deposit accounts in the first quarter of 2022, zeroing in on inflows of cash like income and other deposits, as well as outflows such as credit card payments. Now, that's the same as just basically looking at a person's income statement, a personal income statement. As people's income rises, their spending often exceeds their earnings and other deposits. So while you're making more money, it seems to be that the pattern of human behavior is that you're going to be spending more money. You're going to be spending more money to the point where you overspend your earnings, which means that you're going to be living in a state of deficit. So now, this is important because, again, remember, the key here is $250,000. There's a reason why Stacy Abrams used that $250,000 figure. So now what we got to do is we got to ask Stacy Abrams the honest question. Where did you come up with that $250,000 figure? Where'd you get that from? Why was that important to your agenda? Who's going to ask her that? Who's going to ask her that question? She's not going to talk to any of us. He only got 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. I ain't going on there. Ain't nobody listening to that bullshit. I'm not in danger. See, these people need to understand that they're in danger. You know what I'm saying? They need to understand that they're in danger, because they may not understand that they're in danger, but I'll tell you who knows who they're in danger. I'll tell you who knows that they're in danger: the media. End wage theft and misclassification, which is treating employees as independent contractors. Enforce unemployment regulations in cooperation with the labor commissioner. So now, I mean, again, this is nothing that's specific to black people, but to try to clean it up, they say 53% of Georgians denied unemployment during the pandemic were black, which means that 47% of this policy's efforts are going to go on other people. And then if you look at the black unemployment numbers, it's probably even less than that. Expand Medicaid. I swear to God, Medicaid been expanding ever since I can remember. I mean, as much as Medicaid been expanding, how much more can it go? Medicaid is like the damn universe. This shit's eternally expanding and going nowhere. Shit, no wonder they call it universal health care, because this shit is expanding at light speed into the middle of nowhere like the damn universe. Shout out to my man Deformed Pretty Boy. What up with it, bro? They must have a physicist. They must have Albert Einstein and Nikola Tesla writing the damn healthcare policy. That shit expanding into oblivion at light speed. You know what I'm saying? Adults making $9 an hour or less would be eligible for health insurance, including non-crisis mental health and substance abuse treatment. Now, let's actually talk about this. If we just saw where a large amount of people making $250,000 or greater are spending their entire paycheck. So who is this going to help? I mean, if people that are making $250,000 need that much help because they're spending their whole paycheck, who is this going to benefit? Somebody making only $9 an hour. Is that the assumption that black men only make $9 an hour? Oh, here's something else that's good. Just so everybody knows, we will create 64,000 good paying jobs across the state. Who's getting them? What the hell does that mean? We'll create 64,000 good paying jobs across the state. Amazon can do that by building a warehouse somewhere. Now, what's the common theme? The common theme is that none of this addresses black men. So if none of this addresses black men, why would the common sense expectation be for black men to vote for her? Huh? Why would that be an expectation? Democrats fret as Stacy Abrams struggles in Georgia's governor race. Okay. Now, you guys see the date on this article, right? The date on this article is September 8th, 2022. This is current. You know what I'm saying? This is current. So now this is where all of that push is coming from, because she's failing. She's failing. And that's just the facts. She's failing. And now we just looked at one of the reasons why she's failing. She wrote an incoherent policy that does absolutely nothing. No other politician would write an incoherent policy that does absolutely nothing. They're going to at least give some kind of benefit, some kind of tangible something. Hers does not. And it's not like that by accident. It's like that because that's how she wrote it. So now here it says she has been trailing her Republican rival, Governor Brian Kemp, alarming Democrats who have celebrated her as the master strategist behind the state's Democratic shift. Now, she's the master strategist behind the state's Democratic shift, but she can't even beat a Republican. How does that make sense? Think about that. Does that make any sense? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it does not make any sense, give me a thumbs down. Georgia Democrats have grown increasingly pessimistic about Stacy Abrams' chances of ousting Governor Brian Kemp from office, pointing to her struggles to rally key parts for her party's coalition and her inability to appeal to a slice of moderate Republican voters who can decide the state's legislation. And if this is the white media, so they'll never give or address anything that's nuanced, that's black. But when they talk about this slice of moderate Republican voters, if you ask me, I think that's a dog whistle for black men, despite the fact that I don't think that black men are largely Republican. There's a lot of black men who claim that they lean right. There's a lot of black men who identify with that shit. And then there are a lot of black men who are just conservatives. I mean, that's just what it is. Regardless, the one thing that all of those groups have in common, whether you're a hardcore B1 person, you know what I'm saying, ADOS, Foundational Black American, one thing is for sure that those groups have in common. Some of those people may be real. Some of those people may be coons like the conservatives. But one thing that those people all have in common is that ain't none of them got no holler for Stacy Abrams. So now you got a whole clump of people who don't even agree ideologically that are black that are not fucking with you. The B1, FBA, ADOS, they're not fucking with you. Black coons definitely ain't fucking with you. So now, despite the fact that B1, ADOS, FBA, you know what I'm saying, those are real people, grassroots people, good people, you know what I'm saying? The one thing that they have in common with the coons is that they're not fucking with you. Now, it may not be for the same reasons, but the net effect for Stacy Abrams is that they're not fucking with you. I don't know what to say. How can you be a master strategist if you can't even win? You mean to tell me you strategized this Democratic shift for your entire state and now you're falling flat on your face? Make that make sense? It's not logical. What it is that she's out of touch. You can tell by the policy that she put up. That is not doing anything. And now that you got people that are, like Deneen says, slowly waking up, those people are looking through the policies, combing it through a fine-tooth comb. And if they don't have time to comb it through a fine-tooth comb, they're going to look at people that they watch and people that they respect. People watch the Black Authority. You know what I'm saying? People watch Professor Black Truth. You know what I'm saying? People watch Tariq. People watch TD Hip Hop Media. Those are content creators that are going to go through this stuff line by line and show you whether it's good, their opinion on it, or whether it's bad, their opinion on it. So if you don't have time to go searching through all this, your news media outlets, your commentary people, they're going to do it for you in video format or in a tweet or in a Facebook post. So you can't hide under a rock anymore. And that's the problem. Stacey Abrams don't have no rocks to hide under. She better get like all the other Democrat politicians and start sniffing them. Because that's about the best benefit a rock gonna do her. Get her high, because that's not where her percentage of votes are. High. They're low. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says public and private polls have consistently shown her trailing Mr. Kemp, a Republican seeking a second term. And in a particularly worrying sign from Mrs. Abrams, polls show that she is drawing less support from the other high-profile Democrats on the ballot, Senator Raphael Warnock, who is seeking a first full term. You see that? I mean, yo, man, like Stacey Abrams has said a lot of fucked up shit. She didn't think that was going to come back. Shout out to Hunter Beasy. You know what I'm saying? Stay sniffing crack, getting the foot Jeezy. You know what I'm saying? The president's son. The president's mijo. Living YOLO on our tax dollars. And some of that nice Ukrainian oil money. You know what I'm saying? Every day of Hunter Biden's life is bucket list material. That's man. I'd be like, damn, this motherfucker needs a reality show for real. The gap between the two Democrats, which is within the margin of error in some recent surveys as wide as 10 points in others, highlights the extent of her struggles. Look at this now. Check this out. Though she is beloved by Democratic voters, She has lost some ground with black men who provided crucial backing in her narrow loss to Mr. Kemp. Yet we were still blamed. So now you see from that particular part right there, now that's where the black mayo media comes in with the attacks on black men. But they left out this part though. Black men provided crucial backing in her narrow loss to Mr. Kemp. So I guess that was us not defending black women, I guess. You know what I'm saying? My bad. Being a being a crackhead has never been on my bucket list, man. That's hilarious. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my man, longtime subscriber, Lunch. You know what I'm saying? With the $15 super chat. You guys already know what that means. That means we'll be streaming again another day. You know what I'm saying? Like my man Blade said, this ain't exactly the March of Dimes. So make sure you guys show some love. Make sure y'all drop those radiation emojis for my man Luncheezy. You know what I'm saying? I hope I said it right. But that's been somebody that's been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So put some respect on his name. You know what I'm saying? And while Mr. Warnock draws some support from Republican moderates, Ms. Abrams, who, look at this, she's been vilified more by the GOP than any other statewide figure, has shown little sign of peeling off significant numbers of disaffected Republicans. So what I want you guys to understand here is that despite the fact that here they clearly state that black men provided a significant amount of her voter block, her concern is to maintain her moderate Republican voters. That's her concern. You know what I'm saying? That's what she wants to do. That's what's important to her. You know what I'm saying? That's her prerogative. That's her prerogative. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Ms. Abrams standing, consistently trailing Mr. Kemp in polls by around 5 percentage points, has alarmed Democrats who celebrated her as the master strategist behind Georgia's Democratic shift. She about to slide to the right, slide to the left. 1 time, y'all. 3 times, y'all. Dun, 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 dun. Now, cha-cha your ass out that office because you finna lose. You know what I'm saying? Now try again. 2024 for the win. You ain't gonna win 22. Away with you. Come on, man. She's the master strategist. She's like Cobra Commander, and somebody else is clearly Destro. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else is clearly Destro. Shout out to Bobby Brown. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. The master strategist behind Georgia's Democratic shift, man. Ooh, she wildin'. Ooh, she wildin'. Ooh, she wildin'. She wildin'. You know what I'm saying? For years, she worked to register and turn out Democratic voters, narrowly losing her first bid for governor in 2018. She may as well come and play for the Browns. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the 216. Stacy Abrams may as well come fuck with us. She may as well come fuck with us because the Cleveland Browns, Cleveland teams are the only teams that get celebrated for how close they are to winning. Everybody else gets shamed for losing. Cleveland teams get big problems. Did you see we only lost by 1 point? That's the only time in sports when motherfuckers celebrate a loss. We're gonna make it to the Super Bowl this year because we only lost by 1 point. What? The Democrats sounding like Browns fans out here. Now, her struggles have some Georgia Democrats wondering if the Abrams model, seeking to expand the universe of voters to fit her politics, is truly better than trying to capture 50% of the voters who exist now. Right now, people are concerned, kind of looking sideways, said Eric Allen, a Democratic state representative, who said he hoped enthusiasm would pick up in the fall sprint. There's a lot of energy around the Warnock campaign. I'm not sure if the same energy we had 4 years ago is around the Abrams campaign yet. Well, clearly it's not there. Clearly that shit ran out of gas, and Biden done hiked the gas price up so much, she's not going to run on a full tank for quite some time. The Cubs of football, yes. The Cubs beat the Indians, damn it. I thought we was going to get two world titles that year, man, because Cleveland don't never win shit. You know what I'm saying? The Cavs had came back, you know what I'm saying? You done took me into a damn post-traumatic stress syndrome from that year. You know what I'm saying? We was down 2-0. You know what I'm saying? Steph Curry and Klay Thompson was dropping threes all over the place and shit. Then Kyrie and LeBron came back. You know what I'm saying? We won the NBA Finals. I'm like, hell yeah. Cleveland was up 2-0 against the Chicago Cubs. And then they got that home run machine activated, and the Cubs just tore that ass up. Man, they tore that ass up so bad. It was people from Chicago flying into Cleveland. It was more people from Chicago at Progressive Field than it was Cleveland fans. Not only did the Cleveland Indians get beat, the Cleveland fans got beat. Like, that was some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's how you get greedy. That's human nature. That's how you get greedy, because we ain't never won shit. So I was happy that the Cavs was fitting to win. And then I was like, oh, the Indians gonna win too. Motherfucker, you know you ain't never celebrated no world champion win in your life. And now you talking about you want to. Shut your ass up and be happy with that damn Cavs win. So I shut my ass up and I was happy with that Cavs win. I called off of work the next day, and they happened to, like, at the parade, they had the camera on me, you know what I'm saying, for like an hour straight. So like everybody seen me at work. Like they was like, oh, Robb called off. But there you go right there. He on East 9th. Like, that was nice. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, in an interview last week, Ms. Abrams defended her strategy, noting that her Democratic turnout operation helped carry the state for Mr. Biden, Warnock, and Senator John Ossoff in the 2020 election cycle. I imagine an electorate that is possible, not the electorate as if the election was held today, she said. She and her top aides believe her standing is improving, buoyed by voter anger over the Supreme Court decision overturning the federal right to an abortion. So now they're still being stuck on this abortion shit. How many of you guys think that abortion is a ultimate issue that would influence your voting behavior? That broke up my Warrior 3, Pete. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Could be worse than the Browns. Probably the worst football team in the NFL, bro. They are the worst. You know what I'm saying? The Browns are horrible. So now here it says she's planning a broader campaign to highlight Mr. Kim's signing of a 2019 law, which went into effect, that bans abortions in Georgia after the 6th week of pregnancy. So now look at this. All right. I want you guys to pay close attention to this. She is planning a broader campaign to highlight Mr. Kim's signing of a 2019 law, which went into effect in July, that bans abortion in Georgia after the 6th week of pregnancy. Here's my question, guys. Is this an issue that's going to make black men come out to vote? There you go, Alonzo. There you go. There you go. So how did you maneuver the Democratic strategy if you are not even paying attention to the blatantly obvious deficiencies in your own campaign? Kelly said that black people don't care about abortions, especially black men. I tend to slightly agree with that. I do feel that there's a small amount of black people who are interested and invested in abortions, but I don't think that it's a majority. And even with that small amount of people, I don't think it's a priority. I think that there's other things that those people would place as priorities. So now here's my thing. How can you shame somebody into voting for you that you're blatantly ignoring? How can you shame somebody into voting for you that you're blatantly ignoring? That's the question. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed the like button, please make sure that you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, please make sure that you guys share the video out. Also, if you're not subscribed to the other channels, take a moment and make sure that you guys subscribe to the backup channels. How does that work, y'all? Seriously, how does that work? Make that make sense. Does it make sense? So now here it says Miss Abrams, here we go. Miss Abrams is a black woman contending with sexist stereotypes about leadership. They note she is also running against an incumbent governor with a well-built political apparatus, while Mr. Warnock's rival, the former football star Herschel Walker, is a political novice, not to mention a brain-dead moron. There's that. My man PD Chicago B1 says they're trying to push that over here heavy as fuck. Yeah, I believe it. This is my question for you guys that I need you guys to answer. I need you guys to answer for this. How can you expect somebody to vote for you that you're clearly ignoring? And it's not debatable. The issue is not for Stacy Abrams to answer the question of if you're ignoring black voters, particularly black male voters. That's a non-issue. We've already proved that you've ignored based on your own words. Now, my question is, how do you expect anything to be done? How do you expect to earn any votes if you're not doing anything for the voters? That is basic common sense. And it's clear that that's something that she lacks. Now, let me ask you guys a question real quick. Is that misogynistic? Is that misogyny? Is that blatant woman hating? What is that? Or is that just the cold hard facts? That's just the truth. I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, you know what I'm saying? That's just the truth. So she needs to tighten things up. And I'm not talking about, anything other than her policy. She's clearly ignoring a large chunk of her voters that helped her with her narrow loss. And not helped her to lose, but helped her to have a narrow loss, which means that it would have been a wider margin of loss had she not had the support from the very base that she's ignoring. And then trying to shame those people into voting for her. Nobody's going to vote if you're trying to shame people into voting for you. Alonzo Griffin says, damn, Rob, you should be the master strategist. I am the master strategist for world domination. I'm the world domination master strategist. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we have to work harder as women, as African-American women, said former Mayor Shirley Franklin of Atlanta, who added that women just have a harder time capturing the imagination as executives. What do you guys think about that? I tend to disagree with that. Honestly, not judging policy, right? Like just take away from policy. As far as infiltrating and becoming a large voice in the government, I think that black women have successfully done that. So I don't know why she's trying to black woman her failures. Like, you're failing. You know what I'm saying? Like, black women as a collective aren't failing. You're failing, Stacy. So that's one thing that, like, people have to stop doing that. Like, because you're failing, we're all not failing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of black women who are doing good. There's a lot of black women who are getting into politics at the local and at the federal level. You're the one that's losing your election. You're the one that's struggling. Don't black woman it because you're a failure. You're a failure. Fix your failure and be the best Stacy that you can be. Stop trying to black woman. Oh, you know, we all failing over here. No, we're all not failing over here. You're failing. That's who's failing. So now here it says the Abrams and Warnock campaigns have pursued different strategies. Mr. Warnock, who became Georgia's first black senator in 2021, is betting on winning over just enough moderate white Republican voters to get himself past Miss Walker. So even Raphael Warnock he don't give a fuck about you. Do you guys see who these people care about? Who does Stacy Abrams care about? They are fighting over the white voters. That's who they're fighting over. You are not worth the fight, which means that if you're not worth the fight, then they're not worth your vote. I get it that you have to appease your entire constituency. I mean, that's what politics is. But you're literally not doing that. You know what I'm saying? You're ignoring the people that have helped push you to where you are. And you're trying to get that breadbasket. I don't know what to say. But you guys see it right here. So again, I got to ask that question. Is this misogyny? So I guess this kind of debunks that whole black men are the white people of black people thing, because they're going right past the white people of black people to get just regular white people. There you go. I want you guys to pay close attention to that. Stacy Abrams and Raphael Warnock are not concerned about you. Which means that if they're not concerned about you, they're not going to make policies favorable for you. So now that needs to be addressed, but it won't be. But it needs to be. The only way that it'll be addressed is if we make enough noise until these people cannot ignore us. That's the only way. So now here it says last week, Mr. Warnock demurred when asked by the New York Times during a news conference if he would campaign with Miss Abrams, delivering the sort of practiced non-answer Democrats had been reciting when asked if they would welcome help from an unpopular President Biden. The pundits want to know who I'm campaigning for and who I'm campaigning with, Mr. Warnock said. I'm focused on my campaign. The next morning, Miss Abrams announced she would join Mr. Warnock for a campaign stop that very afternoon. We need Stacy Abrams, Mr. Warnock told supporters at the event, calling her a visionary leader and my dear friend. Democrats have largely kept quiet on their concerns about Miss Abrams' campaign, but several county elected officials and their community leaders in Georgia have privately expressed their worries to the campaign directly, according to interviews with more than 24 Democratic officials who asked not to be named during discussing these private conversations. Now, who do you think these people might have been? Who do you guys think these people might have been? And that's a fact. That's a fact, Deneen. So now, and she wonders why she's not getting any support. Remember, she said you can't cater to a small black population because the white folks will be upset. Oh, well. Do you think that comment upset people? Probably upset most of the people that would be voting for her. And I got to agree with I Prince Majestic 2.0. Warnock is trash. Facts. Ain't no way like the Carlton way. There ain't no way like the Carlton way. You know what I'm saying? They have complained that the campaign was slow to reach out to key constituencies and underestimated Kemp's strength in an already difficult year for Democrat strategies. So Democrat candidates. So what I find fascinating about this paragraph is right here, the very woman who they're giving all the credit for shifting the state blue is the very woman whose campaign they're criticizing. Make that make sense. Here we go again. Here we go again. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says now we're back to the black men issue. Miss Abrams has in recent weeks focused attention on winning support from black men, voters who have inched toward Republicans during the Trump era. That's not true. Black people have been making a steady move away from the Democrats since the 1980s. The New York Times wrote an article about it. These people want to control the narrative so badly, and they're losing control. They might not be losing the battle, but they're getting close to a loss because they're losing control. If they had control of the narrative, then what that would mean would be that they actually understand their voter base. Now, they either understand their voter base or they're just purposely ignoring it. I think that it's a combination. I think that they do understand, and I think that they don't understand, and I think that they're purposely ignoring it. And I also think that they don't know what to do. And I don't think that I don't think that we really need to care if they know what to do or not. They just need to get shit done. Is what needs to happen. It's not our job. So now here it says her campaign has begun a series of conversations with black men, calling the events Stacy and the Fellas. You know, like this, like she's the main singer and the fellas are the backup singers. So she out here, you know what I'm saying? What's that motherfucking name? She out here acting like a David Ruffin ass politician. Stacy and the Fellas. Stacy Ruffin and the Fellas. You know what I'm saying? Stacy Ruffin and the Fellas. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, it's they about to get ready for some bullshit. The policy heavy discussions. These are policy heavy discussions, y'all, aimed especially at younger or infrequent voters, which means ignorant. You know what I'm saying? And when I say ignorant, I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm saying, people who are novice when it comes to voting and politics are often moderated by community members or local celebrities, which again, why are we dealing with celebrities? Like Atlanta rapper Young Jock and radio personality Big Tigger. What is Young Jock going to tell you about how to vote? What is Big Tigger going to tell you about how to vote? I want some black people that own Fortune 500 businesses there. I want some black scientists there, some prominent black physicians there, some prominent black lawyers there that have law firms that have been in business and thriving for 100 years. David Ruffin and the Temptations, facts. Yeah, they on that Diddy vote or die. Look at this, at one recent event, she said bluntly, if black men vote for me, I'll win Georgia. What the fuck will we win for voting for you? What will we win for voting for you is the question. What will we win? What will we win for voting for Stacy Abrams? Will we win anything? My man Maine says, well, you better pay us if you want to win then. $400K a vote. I ain't mad at that. Give me some Bitcoins. Her outreach has not won over Democrat skeptics. See? Part of the grumbling that you're seeing from black men is because they want to be engaged. I don't think that's the case at all. I don't care about engagement. Get me some shit that works. I don't even want to talk to you. Like, you won't see me at this shit. I don't care. But you're not going to get my vote if you don't have anything that's favorable for anything that I'm trying to do, which you don't. Man said if I wanted to get engaged, I'll ask a woman. Facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Now, Kevin Harris is a former executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus, and he helped to lead Mr. Biden Georgia campaign operations in 2020. So, I mean, it's Kevin Harris. That already says everything that you need to know about him. He criticized national Democrats as slow to engage with key voters. Now, pay very close attention, because when they talk about key voters, they're talking about black voters. When Democrats talk about key voters, they're talking about black voters. They're just too ashamed to say it because they're cowards, and the white media is not honest. So you're dealing with two groups of people: dishonest people and cowardly people. And if you can't address us, then that means that we can't take time to do shit for you, except for roast you anytime we turn on the live button on YouTube. So that's what you're going to get. Now, if you actually say something that's worth repeating, and you actually say something that's interesting, then you will get credit for that. But until then, if you produce like a dumbass, you'll get a response like a dumbass. And this is a dumbass response that you're getting because you've done dumb shit. So you can't talk about dumb shit in an intelligent way. If you did, it wouldn't be dumb. She hasn't offered black men anything for the vote. But now her and Raphael Warnock are very concerned about the white moderate Republican vote. Make it make sense. What she needs to be doing is, if she's so worried about that white moderate vote, why isn't she telling them this shit? If white moderates show up for me, I'll win Georgia. Where's the article that says that? Because, I mean, God forbid, you know what I'm saying? Now, she's the one that said if you address a group of black people, white people be outraged, but she sure as hell don't have no issue with addressing black men. Oh, if you Akatas don't vote for me, then, I don't know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. You're going to retire early. I mean, we all know what's going to happen. You're going to be out of a job. Then you're going to be hoping somebody that you vote in puts in some favorable unemployment policy. So, I mean, this is all logical, man. Like, I mean, it all makes sense. We wouldn't start talking to white suburban voters. Look at this. We wouldn't start talking to white suburban voters just a few weeks before election, he said. So why do you think you can call the black men just a few weeks before the election one time and expect to get the results that you need? I don't know what that even means. One thing that black politicians need to stop doing: stop talking to us like you're our kids. Like we're your kids. We're not. Stop talking to us like we're your family. We're not. You better talk to us like people that are going to keep you employed. You talk to us like you talk to your boss, because that's what we are. We're your boss. You're not ours. And that's why it seems to me like the collective of your bosses have gotten together at the boardroom table and said, you're fired. Clean up your office and your act. A July poll from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution found Ms. Abrams winning support from about 80% of black voters in Georgia, a figure that is dangerously low. Look at this. They consider 80% of black voters dangerously low. If that doesn't show the idiotic Democrat support that black people have given Democrats, I don't know what does. 80% of black voters out here voting for Democrats, and that's dangerously low. In any other demographic, that would be enough to win them a race without question. Those are cult-like numbers. And speaking of cult-like numbers, look at that black sun in the background, wherever the hell she at. Her campaign released an internal poll last week showing her support among black men at 85%. Still not enough. Black men have a higher percentage of black people total, and black men at 85% still ain't enough. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. Like, that is pathetic. This is incompetence in its purest form. What did Galvatron tell Starscream right before he blew him away? This is bad comedy. You're a strategy master, and you can't master a win with 80% of one constituency's vote. You are pathetic. I'll tell you who else is pathetic. The 80% of people continuing to vote for this idiot when she's clearly not concerned about your interests. Deneen says, our folks are programmed to vote Democrat. No candidate research, not critical thinking, just vote blue. So you got to ask yourself the question, is the world correct? You know the answer to that question. If programming has been effective, that means that somebody has already defeated your mind. One loss. If you're now that programmed where you're voting against your own interests, you're fighting the battle against yourself for the other person. That's the second loss. If you're doing all of those things and you see nothing improving for yourself and you're still confused as to why nothing is working, that's the third loss. And if you're harming yourself at every action that you take and you're not going anywhere, you got to ask yourself the question, is the world correct? And the answer is yes. Everything is exactly how it's supposed to be based on the inputs put into it. If 80% of black people are voting for people that have not been doing shit for them historically, there should not be a rocket scientific competition on trying to figure out why ain't shit getting done. I mean, it's because 80% of people vote for people that ain't doing shit for them. Literally, the people that always say you can't make something out of nothing are trying to make something out of nothing. You are giving something to people who are consistently making nothing and then wondering why you have nothing. It's the most illogical thought process in the world. It's literally like drinking air and asking yourself, why am I still thirsty? Shout out to my man Mo Fax. What up with it, bro? My man Mo Fax says, I think it's more phantom pressure than programming that causes black people to adopt the hive mind mentality. So I got to ask you a question, Mo. Do you think that what Stacy Abrams is doing right now, Do you think that this is part of that phantom pressure? I think it is. I gotta agree with that comment, bro. Real quick, MoFax, make sure that you drop your channel link into the chat. You guys definitely need to go check out my man MoFax and his channel. He puts out great content. He got a great podcast. You know what I'm saying? Very intelligent brother. You know what I'm saying? He also collabs with TD. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys check him out. So now here it says that poll found her 2 points behind Mr. Kemp overall, a tighter margin in previous surveys. All right. So, I mean, how, this article, in my opinion, if you ask me, is all over the place. It's all over the place because they keep talking about how their main concern of Raphael Warnock and Stacy Abrams is to flip these white Republican voters, but then they're trying to shame black people into voting for them, but they're not shaming these white Republicans. So pay attention to that, man. And now I want to actually go back to Deneen's point here because I think she brings up a really good point. And I think MoFax is probably somebody that's got a good answer for this. Our folks are programmed to vote Democrat. No candidate research, not critical thinking, just vote blue. So now my thing is, I can get on here and yell into a microphone as much as I want to. I can make a million YouTube videos as much as I want to. But if I'm not destroying the source of the programming, and if I'm not creating a barrier to infiltration of that programming, then all of my efforts in the long run will be ineffective at doing anything. So my question is, how do you defuse programming? How do you stop programming at its source? How do you stop the multiplication of programming? How do you stop people from acting on the programming? Because if you're watching this broadcast, you're not programmed. If you watch MoFax, you're not programmed. If you watch TD, you're not programmed. If you watch Professor Black Truth, you're not programmed. If you watch Tori and Rain, you're not programmed. If you watch any of those kind of people, you're not programmed. Even if you watch Amazing Lucas, you're not programmed. So the issue is, how does the people who are not programmed see? What the thing is that I think we have a lot of irrelevant conversations. I could sit here and make a million videos attacking people that vote Democrat. I could make a million videos calling out conservatives, right? None of that matters because those people are going to be. What we need to do is delegitimize and destroy the programming apparatuses. How do you do that? That's the key. That's the strategy. That's what needs to be done. My man MoFax says turn off the source of the programming, which is the mainstream media, and replace it with good fact-based information. Most black people value entertainment over information. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I would also add, in order to start a slow shift of moving people away from that, you have to provide information delivery in an entertaining package. And then once you finally start getting people tuned in, then you can move away from that entertainment to more information dense. But I agree largely with what MoFax is saying here. If you guys agree with MoFax, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree. Deneen says, I've done my best to share content, educate, but people ignore it. And my thing is, I agree with that, Deneen. But I think what the concentration should be on is not so. I don't think that the concentration should be on saving drowning people. I think that the concentration should be making sure that people don't drown. Does that make, if that makes any sense? And I hate to sound so crude, but it is what it is. If you go to swimming lessons or if you go to lifeguard school, they'll tell you, you send something out to a drowning person, a raft, or you send them a pole. You don't try to save them yourself, because one drowning person with a person trying to save them ends up turning into two drowning people. So I don't think saving the drowning people should really be the priority. They should just drown or save themselves. What should be important is galvanizing and directly attacking the media, directly attacking the programming apparatuses. Those people with scrambled eggs for brains are not going to be of any benefit except for slowing processes down. They're going to continue to do the dumb shit that they've been doing. They do legacy dumb shit. And again, like I said, I know that sounds mean. I know that sounds bad, but it's just the reality of things. And that's facts, Deneen. And see, and like people like you, Carla, Val, you guys are special people that still have fluid cognition. After a certain age, most people's cognition crystallizes. This is something that's actual legitimate psychology. You can look it up. It's called crystallized intelligence versus fluid intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And if you are somebody who is up there in age and you still have fluid intelligence, the best way that you can utilize your fluid intelligence is to utilize and strengthen like-minded people. You're not going to be able to change people. Mofax said legacy dumb shit. I need that t-shirt. Legacy dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Legacy dumb shit. You got to make it on a Gucci print background though, like my shit. You know what I'm saying? So now here we go. I want you guys to pay close attention to this. Some of Abrams' supporters say her struggles are more rooted in sexism than any strategic misstep. So it's sexism that's the problem, just like Gideon. Shout out to Gideon. It's sexism. That's the real villain. The real villain is that we're all in this together as men. We're Carlton at. You know what I'm saying? Carlton will hold my hand. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all in this together as men. We're all in this together as women. You know what I'm saying? We can all take a wet t-shirt picture together. Seriously. She's running in the Deep South for an office that have long been elusive to, quote, women and candidates of color. So I mean, that's that, you know, that's just it. The South and its sexist legacy. The South and its sexist legacy. There it is, the Confederacy, aka the patriarchy. You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this up. This is legacy dumb shit. You know what you need to do, Mofax? Make a legacy dumb shit t-shirt and then put an elephant on the back of it. Or I mean, put a donkey on the back of it. That's what you do. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do. Legacy dumb shit. Shit, you can make one with a damn elephant too. Make one with both. It's not because you're a woman. It's because you suck. Facts. It's just as simple as that. It's not because you're a woman. It's because you suck. My man DeAndre said he finna pre-order. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? We need to make those legacy dumb shit NFTs and get FN Mecca to sell them for us. We'll get the legacy dumb shit NFTs wrapped in digital Gucci print. You know what I'm saying? So now it says if she wins in November, she will be the first black woman and only the 5th black person in American history to occupy a governor's mansion. So what? Who cares? I think that the white media actually collects like these little black people that get into these positions as like some type of chess pieces. Oh, you know, we got the first black person in the governor's mansion. Who cares? What are they doing? What have they done? How is any black person's life significantly better because somebody is resting in a nice government-funded house? I could go up a couple streets and see some black people in some government-funded houses. Stacy Abrams being in the governor's mansion ain't no different. Barack Obama in the White House ain't no different. What are they doing? They're not doing anything. And if they're not doing anything, then it's not an accomplishment. So now here it says the picture of the leadership we have, Stacy is like the opposite, says Steve Phillips, an early Abrams supporter and prominent progressive Democrat donor who attributed her polling deficiencies to, quote, just sexism. All right, so I want you guys to understand that. Just sexism. This is one of the reasons why Stacey Abrams attempts to move all of her discussions away from racism, because she's one of those we're all in it together as women people. I guess I just, you know, I have a hard time with that because I'm one of the white people of black people. So I guess I can't see it. You know what I'm saying? It's colorblind sexism, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It's in my DNA. My bad. So now look at this. Miss Abrams' identity as a black woman. Now, so this is interesting. Let's move this conversation to somewhere else. How does Stacey Abrams identify that she's a black woman when a black woman named Ketanji Brown Jackson couldn't define what a woman is? So she's a black, I don't know what that is. We can replace the word woman with I don't know what that is. So every time we see the word woman, we'll replace it with I'm not a biologist. Mrs. Abrams' identity as a black I'm not a biologist is part of the depth of the enthusiasm for her, but it also explains the depth of her resistance. I need diversity training. I need diversity training. I need people skills training. You know what I'm saying? I got all A's in my academic career, but I failed at people skills. Oh man. So now here it says others point to another source of resistance, particularly among Republican-leaning voters, as the face of the Democratic Party in the state. Miss, and since now, why is she using this pronoun? I think that we should replace Miss with I'm not a biologist too. Shout out to Siri Lynn. What up with it, Siri? I need to take a vote from you guys real quick. Should we, anytime we see Miss, Mrs., or Miss, or if we see woman, should we replace that with I'm not a biologist? If we should, give me a thumbs up. If we should not, give me a thumbs down. Because a Supreme Court justice said she didn't know what a woman was and that she's not a biologist. So if that's the case, then that's how we need to address women then, because I mean, the Supreme Court said so. So now, what is Stacy Abrams up here doing? That's the question. What is she up here doing? Does that make any sense? So now here it says others point to another source of resistance, particularly among Republican leaning voters. As the face of the Democratic Party in the state, I'm not a biologist, Abrams has become a polarizing figure. Her 2018 campaign for governor marked the beginning of the Democrats' rise, and many Republicans still associate her with her refusal to concede defeat to Mr. Kemp in that race. So she had a little election denial issue herself. I'm sorry, I'm not a biologist, Abrams has repeatedly defended that decision, particularly against those who say it was no different from the efforts by former President Donald J. Trump and his allies to overturn Mr. Biden's victory in 2020. I've never once claimed to be the governor. I've never wanted to make myself the governor, Ms. Abrams said. So that's why you lose then, because you don't want to make yourself the governor. If you actually gave a shit and tried with your campaign and you had a desire to want to make yourself governor, then you probably would have a better chance at winning. I mean, this stuff ain't rocket science. So, like, this is a pattern here. I got to ask you guys a question, and I really want to know the answer to this. If you guys are watching on the replay and you make it to this part in the replay, please make sure you drop an answer to this. Why is it that these politicians feel comfortable with when they're failing to shame people? Give us policy. Stop with the shaming tactics. If anything is a shame, it's you being a career politician and not knowing how to get votes. That's what the shame is. We're not ashamed. So now here it says Fred Hicks, a Democratic pollster in Atlanta, said Mrs. Abrams' 2018 campaign and her prominent role in Democratic politics since had put some voters out of reach to her, even those who turned to Democrats during the Trump era. There are Republican voters who are okay with Senator Warnock, he said, but there is a very strong anti-Stacey Abrams feeling. So again, now they're pivoting to being what they're most concerned about is the white Republican voters that they want to flip. I want you guys to pay very close attention to this. Why is she not doing this same outreach with the white Republican voters that she's doing with the black men and trying to shame black men? That's my question. I mean, whatever she's doing for black men should work for white people, seeing how her operatives at the root say that black men are the white people of black people, right? I mean, according to them, shit should work. Deneen says they have no policy. Shame and fear is all they have in their toolkit. Facts. If you guys agree with Deneen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Deneen, give me a thumbs down. I'm giving that a thumbs up. One of the Abrams campaign pollsters, Ben Lazarus, of the Democratic data firm TargetSmart, questioned whether Mr. Warnock's support among Republican voters would hold through November. White voters are going to come home to Republicans and black voters are going to come home to Democrats, Mr. Lazarus said. That's what happens in Georgia, which is bogus because black people do not have a home in either political party. There is no home for black people. These aren't homes, these are plantations, especially if we're talking about the South. In Mrs. Kemp, in Mr. Kemp, I'm not a biologist, Abrams is up against a relatively popular governor in defeating the Trump-endorsed David Perdue in the primary, demonstrated some independence from the former president with moderate Republican voters. Mr. Kemp has doled out popular policies like giving bonuses and pay raises for public school teachers and state employees, suspending the state's gasoline taxes 3 times, and issuing any public health guidance related to C-19 to keep businesses open. You don't need people from Atlanta or from the White House trying to tell you what to do with your child, Mr. Kemp said last month at a campaign stop in Eastman, Georgia. Ms. Abrams herself has acknowledged the difficulty of her undertaking this time around. During a recent conference call with other Georgia Democrats running for statewide office, she joked about Mr. Kemp being a tougher opponent than Mr. Walker and Burt Jones, the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor who took part in a scheme to overturn the 2020 election results. Mrs. Abrams acknowledged the moment of candor, saying she may have made a comment to my colleagues, but she insisted Democrats in Georgia have to take every Republican serious. I mean, you should take Republicans serious. It's not like they're not cleaning everybody's clocks, especially the ones associated with Trump, giving one-punch knockouts in these elections. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you'd think the Trump candidates are out here kicking ass and taking names. You'd think you better be concerned about what's going on with them if you want to have any kind of chance at survival. So now let's just get back to this historic blaming of black men and black people for Democrat failure. Look at everybody's favorite diva. There you go. There you go. My man Mo Fax says, I still think Stacy is being set up to take the fall when it's all said and done. WS loves leading with a black face when doing the underhanded deeds. Oh, I agree 100%, bro. Facts. Super facts. And white people act as if they're clueless. No, we don't know. That never happens. Yeah, it happens all the time. That's why you keep saying you don't know. Because if it didn't happen, you'd say, no, it doesn't. Michelle Obama blames black voters for Trump's 2016 win. Aren't you tired of these high-class, sedity, pumpkin spice Negroes out here trying to blame you for shit? You're a failure. You are a mathematical, pathetic anomaly. You are the only politicians that can have an 85, 80 to 90% group of constituents that vote for you year after year after year and do nothing for, and you're still struggling to win. Facts, Deneen. She should have blamed white women. Just like how Stacy Abrams and Raphael Warnock are crying about their white Republican bases, but then turning around blaming black men. Where is MSNBC to address these inconsistencies? And if MSNBC is not addressing these inconsistencies, then how legitimate is MSNBC? How legitimate is CNN? What that tells you is that they have one vested interest, and it's not in who becomes the president. It's keeping people confused. They want to make sure that your grasp on information is not optimal so that you can make suboptimal decisions. That's what they're invested in. Newsmax is a white supremacist media operation, and The only reason why they're putting this article out is because anytime they think they can do something to try to cause confusion with black people or to try to get some extra black votes so that some more white people can say the N-word, they'll put it out there as if they give a shit. These will be the very people that said, oh, Malcolm X warned you about the liberals. In the same speech, he warned you about the Republicans too. They'll tell you everything Malcolm X said except for the blue-eyed devils part. That's what these phony motherfuckers do. So this Newsmax is no different, and it's the Funhouse mirror version of MSNBC. It's the Funhouse mirror version of CNN. It's no different. It's not media for you. It's media to confuse you and media to placate them. So don't get it twisted. They love doing shit like that. Oh, say. We all knew about this. One thing that Newsmax won't tell you is that Barack Obama's majority voters were white. Just like the majority of every president voters are white. And that's just the cold hard reality. But these people live outside of reality. So they need to say things that make them feel good. They live in a post-truth era. The former First Lady, Michelle Obama, is more pained by black voters who didn't vote for Hillary Clinton than President Donald Trump supporters. That's what you should have been doing, is voting for Hillary Clinton. So she could sit there and eat buckets of KFC and act as if that's somehow doing something for you. Mofax said, remember when Barack Obama tried to shame black people when he said it's disrespectful to his legacy if we didn't vote for Hillary in 2006? Him being a president that people call black is disrespectful to our legacy. He's out of pocket and out of place with that one. Her sentiments on the 2016 election are featured in the Netflix documentary Becoming, which is available on Wednesday. And remember, this is an old article. All right. So just to put a time frame on this is from May 5th of 2020. And this is important because the reason why I'm bringing all these old articles together and mixing them with new articles is because what you have to do is you have to understand that the story never ends. And the same tactics are being used. You agree with me, Mofax? Obama being called a black president and his performance in office is disrespectful to our legacy. Why he talking about his legacy? What legacy? Yeah, exactly, Deneen. What legacy? Your legacy of cash for clunkers? Your legacy of free phones? Her sentiments on the 2016 election are featured in this Netflix documentary called Becoming. About 2/3 of the way through the film, she addresses her negative feelings about Trump's win, according to the Daily Beast. Now, here's my issue, right? Real politicians, okay? Real, actual politicians who care, they don't care about what goes on in politics. Politicians that care about the net positive or net negative effect of what's going on with the people they are concerned with. That's what they care about. My man DeAndre said it's a trip how all this stuff ties together. Facts. That's one of the reasons why you have to have a constant apparatus of constantly bringing stuff back. That's one of the reasons why I had that Black Light Revelations news reviews and reactions channel, so people can go and take a look at a lot of these things that repeat and check out old news as well. Because what they expect is they expect you to forget about this stuff. They expect this stuff to not make a difference to you. That's what they expect. But this stuff is all related. It's all related. So now here it says twice she mentions how painful it is to her that black voters didn't hit the polls to vote for Clinton. She said that was more painful to her than those who voted for Trump. So she's just not happy with anybody black, just her husband. Oh, Barack, I swear if these black people could just be more like, I know, honey, I know. I don't know what we're going to do with them. Well, we knew what we were going to do with you. We knew what we were going to do with you, and we did it. It takes some energy to go high, and we were exhausted from it. Because when you are here you go, because when you are the first black anything, she said, referencing blurs from her book. So I say the day I left the White House, and I write about how painful it is to sit on that inauguration stage, a lot of our folks didn't vote. It was almost like a slap in the face. No, it was nothing like a slap in the face. For one, you didn't have any bruises. And for two, if anything slapped anybody in the face, the Democratic performance towards black people and their job of significantly increasing the quality of life for black people has been a failure ever since the inception of the party. That's a slap in our face. Shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media. If you guys are not subscribed to TD Hip Hop Media, make sure you guys check out his channel. If one of the mods could put the link in, because I know his ass ain't about to do it, that'd be great. I know his ass ain't about to do it. He'll do it right before I end the stream. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. Ain't that right, TD? So now here it says, I understand the people who voted for Trump, she continued. The people who didn't vote at all, the young people, the women. When you think, man, people think this is a game. It wasn't just in this election. Every midterm, every time Barack didn't get the Congress he needed, that was because our folks didn't show up. Every time Barack Obama didn't get the Congress that he needed, it was black people's faults. This is what Democrats think about you. This is what Democrats think about you. They should have zero respect. The Democratic Party deserves nothing more than to be single-handedly torn to shreds by black people. That is the only thing that the Democratic Party is deserving of. Look at this. After all that work, they just couldn't be bothered to vote at all. That's my trauma. Well, guess what, Michelle? We're not voting more than likely this year either. And if people do vote, I guarantee you it's not going to be for anybody that you think that we should vote for. This is the Democrats. Now, what I want people to do is I want people to put the links in the chat of where other political parties talk to their constituencies like that. Do you hear Trump shaming white people? Now, why is it okay for Democrats to just blatantly come with this anti-black propaganda? And they have a whole white media apparatus behind them to support it. That is the problem. Trending politics. This is a pattern of this stuff. Maxine Waters says she would never forgive black men who voted for Trump. Here's why they voted for him anyway. This white media article has no idea why black men voted for Trump. Most of the black men that voted for Trump don't know why the hell they did it. White media outlets don't know anything about black people other than they call us the N-word and that we look different from them. That's literally the only thing that white media outlets know about black people. They know nothing. These are the most ignorant, uninformed, out of touch places that you could possibly get any information about anything going on with black people. Democrat and conservative media. But let's check out what they say. On November 2nd, the day before we marched to the polling stations to cast our ballots, longtime California Representative Maxine Waters had something else on her mind. She was appalled at the possibility of African Americans thinking differently than she does and attempting to gatekeep those intellectual rebels, which I don't think there's anything intellectual about following what a bunch of white people do. That doesn't make you an intellectual rebel. That makes you a follower. You can do some of the dumbest shit in the world, and if you follow a white person doing it, white people will say you're brilliant. Oh, he followed that motherfucker right into the head of an alligator. He's brilliant. He's one of the good ones. One of the good ones does not mean that you have a good functional brain. It means that you're good at following, doing what you're told. As long as there is a crystal clear, I'm talking about a crystal clear, VVS clear quality. All right. Like this. Crystal clear, VVS quality understanding of that. Then we can move on. Y'all like that VVS quality right there? That crystal clear quality? As long as there is VVS quality understanding of that, then we can move on. Let me put this Gucci back up here because I spent too much money on this Gucci background and not be flossing it. You know what I'm saying? I had to take the ice off real quick. Got to put the Gucci back up. For those black young men who think somehow they can align with Trump, not only are they terminally mistaking any of them showing their face, I will never forgive them. Waters said this in an interview with Joe Madison on Sirius XM. Now, here's my thing. Doesn't this sound a lot like what Tiffany Cross said? This is what Tiffany Cross said about Tariq Nasheed and Kevin Samuels. Shout out to Shatera. What up with it, Shatera? This is what Tiffany Cross said about Tariq Nasheed and Kevin Samuels. So again, this is what I'm trying to show y'all is that they're using the same playbook. And what I want is for somebody to tell me how they're not doing that. And for anybody that thinks that I should shut up, why should I? Why am I shutting up? Can anybody tell me why I should shut up? Just saying. She claims this ideological difference is shameful. But why is this a shameful method of thought? It's because Maxine Waters believes that being black and being a Democrat must go hand in hand. Just like white conservatives believe that white Christians being conservatives goes hand in hand, but they're not going to say anything about that. Shout out to Roots Trackers. What up with it? Yeah, and that's facts, Mo facts. YouTube definitely stays playing games. They always stay playing games. Me and TD was talking earlier, and TD was telling me about how YouTube had unsubscribed him from your channel. You know what I'm saying? And that happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? That shit happens all the time. You go to somebody's channel, like I haven't seen any content from this person in a long time. You go to their channel and YouTube has unsubscribed you from them. And usually it's a black content creator. But what I find fascinating is it's white content creators who complain the most about being canceled when they all have a casual million subscribers. They all have a casual million subscribers and they complain about being canceled. Like Matt Walsh. I've been canceled. No, you haven't. You have a million subscribers. You're an idiot and you can't count. So now here it says she believes the members of her race must share her way of thought. And White people believe that members of every race must share their way of thought, or else something's wrong with you and you're not one of the good ones. You're defective and undesirable if you don't. See, somebody like me, I'm a undesirable. So they'll hit me with all kinds of rhetoric. This is a black radical. This is a socialist. This is a Marxist. This is a terrorist. This is a black identity extremist. This is a black supremacist. Which is fascinating because those people are true to the core genetic racists. They would respond to racial situations in ways that would probably end somebody's life that I probably wouldn't respond to at all. They would respond to their daughter bringing home a black boyfriend or their son bringing home a black wife in the way that I would respond to a white person calling me the N-word. But here they are attempting to lecture about race. They should just keep it to conversations that they can win. It's imperative for black voters to uplift former Vice President Joe Biden and vote Democratic as if they usually do it for Trump to be ousted from the White House, Representative Waters said, according to the Washington Post. So now she said this. You know what I'm saying? Waters has assigned an indefinite political party to a group of people based on their skin color, and that's not true. White people actually did that. And actually, conservatives carry the torch for that the most. My husband said his mom told him, don't bring her home if she can't use my combs. Damn. Don't bring her home if she can't use my comb. Damn. It is. Hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all was able to successfully deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says her rhetoric implied that black people cannot vote for Trump, just like white people's rhetoric implies that black people are not human. So again, this is nonsense. This rhetoric bears a striking resemblance to that of Joe Biden earlier this year. In an interview, Biden told Charlamagne the God, well, I tell you what, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. Yet, we just talked about Stacy Abrams. She has 85% support. Shatera said, you haven't heard that before? No, I ain't heard that. I ain't heard that. You know what I'm saying? But that shit is funny, though. That's a good one and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. I'm actually gonna fucking say that shit. The real truth is that many black Americans do not share her ideas in the slightest. So now what I want to know is, have any of you guys ever been interviewed or polled? Yeah, the saying is good. It's fire. You know what I'm saying? Listen here. Before you go out, let me tell you something. If she can't use my comb, you better not bring her home. I can hear it now. Motherfucker be at the club. I gotta call you an Uber and shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta call you an Uber. Oh, you mean you can't take? Nah. You gotta take an Uber. All right, I'll see you later. You know what I'm saying? Just hit me up or text me or something. All right, peace. That's hilarious. That's funny as hell. I can't call it. Nah. Uber or Lyft. You know what I'm saying? Shit, pick one. You know, that's funny. So, an article published by BBC shows just how much Trump gained with black voters. So, what this is one of these white media, you know what I'm saying, articles that send up here saying, yeah, see, black people, Trump is the way to go. See, Trump is the way to go. None of this shit is the way to go. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. My mom didn't have no rhymes, but she said, you better not bring on no Becky. That's funny as hell. That's hilarious, man. That's some funny ass shit. She should have made a rhyme. You know what I'm saying? Tell her to go back and make a rhyme. So now here it says the Washington Post also talks about this trend rising in black conservatism. Now, there is no rise in black conservatism because black people are more conservative than conservatives. The problem is that conservatives are Confederates, and in most cases, you're not going to have the people who dealt with the Holocaust voting for Nazis. Common damn sense. But for some reason, that's just so difficult for the people of the United States to understand. The poll stated that Waters believes those individuals are thinking of themselves and effectively condemning their community. Again, if you ask me, any alignment with any white political party is condemning your community. So it doesn't matter what this is talking about as far as for conservatives. I share the same feeling with for Democrats. None of these parties have your interest in mind. None of them do. So now here it says the Post stated that Walters believes that those individuals are only thinking of themselves and are effectively condemning their community. Now, my question is, do you guys agree with that or do you disagree with that? If you ask me, Maxine Waters is condemning her community because every Democrat ran city is the poorest, most crime ridden, low employment haven in the United States. So it's them that's actually destroying the community, not any of the voters. They actually have the political power to improve the community, but they're not doing that. And every place that Democrats run is in squalor. And if you look at all of the members of these Democrat people's families, like Jim Clyburn and Maxine Waters, their families are all living like fat rats in a cheese factory. They sitting there looking like Uncle Scrooge on DuckTales. DuckTales, woo! Big ass pot of gold that they sitting in. But they want to sit there and say that somebody's destroying the community by their vote or their lack of. What about your lack of doing your damn job? I'm pretty sure that your lack of doing your damn job is extremely detrimental to any community. But what I find fascinating is that when it comes to the lack of doing their job, they only have a lack of doing their job when it comes to dealing with the black constituencies. If you pay close attention, if you watch TD Hip Hop Media's videos, like the last 3 or 4 that he put out, he's showing you what Eric Adams is doing. He's showing you what Stacy Abrams is doing. He's showing you what all these people are doing, and they're not doing shit for the very community that they're blaming for not voting for them. Maybe you think that might be why that community is not voting for you. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make it known that TD Hip Hop Media sent a $10 super chat before he put the link of his own channel in the chat. That is dedication. You know what I'm saying? That is friendship. That is what's up. Make sure you guys drop some radiation emojis for my man TD Hip Hop Media, because you guys know, like Blade said, this is not the march of dimes. You know what I'm saying? And I can't be taking no cheap watches off no police officers every day like how Blade do. So, you know what I'm saying? I am dependent on Patreon and super chats and all of that other stuff to help keep the platform alive. So shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. Make sure y'all show him some love. And also, I don't know, I guess use Google and find this channel. You know what I'm saying? So now I want you guys to pay close attention to this, because you get the hint when it comes to this, right? This is a ongoing pattern, and we probably will go through this again tomorrow because it's important that we go through these things. But I want to show you guys this. All right. Uh-oh, Deneen said, Tony, what you doing up this late? What you doing up this late, Tony? Is that Jake from State Farm? No, they fired Jake and replaced him with Tyrone. We learned about that from Matt Walsh today. Shout out to Matt Walsh. The Atlanta Voice analysis. Black men addressed their concerns to Stacy Abrams. All right. And this looks like Big Tigger. You know what I'm saying? Again, I keep bringing up TD. Shout out to TD for dropping the video about Big Tigger. So now this is a concern. Let's see if these concerns are accurate or not. Inside Fellowship Cigar Bar, located at Atlanta's home for Black art, the eclectic Castleberry Hill neighborhood, more than 200 Black men discussed their role in the ever-stewing crockpot, more like crap pot, that is the current political climate in the state of Georgia. How many of y'all hang out at cigar shops? Now, you know, listen, I'm a vape nerd. You know what I'm saying? I hang out at the vape shop every now and then because I'm a vape nerd. You know what I'm saying? See, hold on real quick. Shout out to my vape. But I don't hang out at no damn cigar shop. I'm not paying no $500 for no damn cigars. I ain't doing that. I did a Matt Walsh impression on when me and Izzy were live earlier today. The casting of The Little Mermaid is blatantly racist. It's anti-white. Now, people on the left have complained for a very long time about whitewashing. Well, if you're casting a black Little Mermaid, that's blackwashing. It needs work. Roots Tracker said it's 12:35 a.m. in LA. Tony is grown. It's his prerogative. You know what I'm saying? So now they up here smoking cigars. You know what I'm saying? Living it up. Probably drinking some cognac. Probably got a little half cups of some cheap cognac. Drinking some, what is that? Paul Masson's. That's the cheap one. Some peach Paul Masson's and sitting up here smoking Black and Milds and shit. They doing like Shannon Sharp. Got Stacy Abrams up in there and they drinking Milds and smoking yak. Or they drinking yak and smoking Milds and shit. As the rich cigar smoke and aromas of succulent foods. So they probably had a buffet of lobster tails. On the air, June 30th, featured guest and the subject of the conversation was Georgia Democratic candidate for governor Stacy Abrams. So she's wooing people with Black and Milds, yak, and lobster tails. She had Miles and some yak playing in the background. I got some Miles and that yak. I got some Miles and that yak. I got some Miles and that yak. Talk to me if you Black. That's what Stacey Abrams' ass was saying. Shut your goofy ass up. While V103's Big Tigger played the role of the host, Abrams held court during a 45-minute conversation that touched on abortion rights. All these birthing people, they are false advertising in this because they said that this was talking about Black men's concerns. And she's in here talking to a bunch of birthing people. Birthing people care about abortion rights. Shout out to my birthing people. To all of the birthers in here that are watching. You know what I'm saying? We got 35 live viewers. Are any of the 35 live viewers birthers? Are you a biological birther or are you a surgically augmented birther? Deneen said I'd show up to eat some lobster. I ain't gonna lie. I'd show up to eat the lobster too. I'll just be roasting her and eating that lobster. Where the butter at? I'd tear that lobster up and eat it halfway and then be like, is this Black owned? If this ain't Black owned butter, if this ain't Black owned lobster, I can't fuck with the rest of this. But it was good though. That little half that I did eat. Yeah, big ups. Shout out to my man Ricky Jones. What up with it, bro? We got a retired birthing person in here. Did you go to that meeting? Did you get you some lobster and yak and Black and Milds? So they talk abortion rights was first. Then they talked about education, jobs, the economy, voting rights, and the role Black men play in the advancement of each issue. According to Abrams' campaign, the conversations will be ongoing throughout the state. Now, here's my question. Out of all of these things that Abrams talked to Black men over Cavassier and Swisher Sweets, is this anything that anybody would vote for her for? Yeah, is this Black-owned lobster? Because I ain't fucking with it if it's not. You know what I'm saying? Who made this cocktail sauce? You know what I'm saying? They probably ain't even got no cocktail sauce. They just put butter and lemon on it and a little bit of parsley and call it a day. I need some cocktail sauce. Cold, too. Don't give me no warm cocktail sauce. That shit got to have some frost on the outside of it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, I want to take my cocktail sauce out of a bucket of ice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but if you got seafood like some scallops or some lobster or some shrimp, if it's hot seafood, there's nothing like dipping hot, buttery seafood into cold cocktail sauce. There's nothing like that. Man, let me tell you something. That right there, that is the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why Pimp C said he ate so many shrimp, he got iodine poisoning. Like, I believe him. You know what I'm saying? I probably had that shit happen before too, but I just didn't realize it. The reason why the conversation was most important are tangible and ever present as Abrams and her opponent, Governor Brian Kemp, battle for every vote in Georgia. According to Pew Research, the Latino population overtook the Black population as America's largest minority voting bloc. So there you go. There you have it. According to the Pew Research Center. So now, TD always says this in his videos, and this is a quote from Dr. Claude Anderson. If you weren't getting anything as number 2, you're not going to get anything as number 4. Latino people do not care about Black issues. Latino people cared about being shoehorned in with Black issues to benefit from them. And now that they've surpassed Black people and have a power metric as far as population when it comes to voting, you're not going to be seeing any, there's not going to be Latinos doing a damn thing except for being white supremacists, like Sheriff Villanueva, who's now under investigation. Shout out to that piece of shit. So now here it says, moreover, former President Donald Trump gained more Black male voters in 2020 presidential election. So now here's the thing that I want to ask everybody. Instead of trying to figure out why it is that Black people shifted and moved away from voting for Democrats, what the Democrats aren't trying to do anything but beat them down with verbal diarrhea and propaganda to try to shame Black people back into voting for them for nothing. Ain't nobody doing nothing out here for nothing. There's not a nothing for nothing relationship anymore. And especially at least the people that deal with us. Facts. Dr. Claude Anderson said that would happen. Dr. Claude Anderson said that all of the other groups would attack Black people. As you see, all of the groups attacking us through hip hop and trying to be vultures, picking away at our cultures. But a lot of that stuff is stuff that because of reckless management, we opened ourselves up to. So people have to take a L on that and take responsibility on that and understand going forward, you cannot make the same mistakes. And just because you don't like talking about those mistakes does not mean that they happen. People failed. People made dumb decisions, because there's been a long time where we've been enduring in a culture of stupidity, and that's been elevated instead of a culture of intellect. And that's one of the things that needs to change. There needs to be a cultural shift. While white people are sitting out here talking about a culture war, you know what I'm saying? Black people need to actually be having a culture war. A culture of intelligence and a culture of innovation need to be what's cultivated. A culture of where people who have done significant accomplishments and contributed to the world society are spokespeople, not fucking career felons that don't have shit else to do. Because what are they going to tell you besides how to either wind up in jail or survive in jail? They're not going to teach you how to do anything on the outside world because they don't have no outside world experience. So now here it says, as a result, 12% of black men voted for Trump in the 2020 presidential election, while just 6% of black women did the same, according to the AP VoteCast survey. It means some voters changed their minds after either not voting or voting for another candidate in 2016. So now what's important with this is that the trends from the presidential election are going to be seen in the local governments. And Stacy Abrams is running scared as a result of that. And when Democrats are scared, especially black Democrats, the first thing that they do is shame other black people, because they're cowards and because they don't have any talent. They don't have anything else to offer. The only thing that they have to offer is just that they can get away with saying certain things because they are black. They don't have any innovative solutions or any innovative ideas to significantly improve the lives of their voter constituency. Here's my question. If you vote for somebody, aren't you voting for somebody to put in policies that make your life significantly better? My question for you guys is, has that happened? So now here it says, see, the first thing is Donald Trump does not know the concerns of black people, said Calvin Payne of Atlanta. And I feel like Stacey Abrams is the voice of us. She understands what impacts our community. She clearly doesn't. I don't expect Donald Trump to understand the concerns of black people. He's not black. I expect Stacey Abrams to understand the concerns of black people, and she doesn't. That's just like that outrage about that dude that went all over the state, all over the United States, dating people. I think he took it was a white dude. He took one black girl out on a date, but he ultimately dated the majority of white women. People was online saying that he was a racist. Okay, maybe he might be, but I hope you're not judging that based off of who he was dating. And I mean, at the end of the day, you're not even taking into consideration that he did take out one black girl. He did take out one black woman to a date. I don't expect that from him. I don't expect Donald Trump to understand the concerns of black people. He's not black. I expect Stacey Abrams to understand, and she doesn't. That is logic. I expect Stacey Abrams to come up with a coherent policy plan that specifically addresses black issues. But she hasn't. And we read her policy plan. She is black, which means that she doesn't have any she doesn't have any kind of understanding of the needs of the people that she wants votes from. Does that make any sense? If that makes sense, guys, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. I think that should make sense, though. I have an expectation of a black person to have at least some understanding of what's necessary for black people. I don't have that expectation for a white politician. My expectation for a white politician is to work honestly with a black politician and allow for the black politician to have influence, especially if you're talking about a situation where you're dealing with a president and then you're dealing with subordinates. All right, hey, Lunch, I'm about to put in a link to that channel. So if you guys aren't subscribed to me and Izzy's podcast channel, I just put the link in. So it should be in there. So take a moment real quick. Make sure you guys hit the bell icon twice over there if you're not subscribed. I think most people are subscribed, but make sure you guys subscribe to that. And also make sure y'all check out my man Izzy's channel too. He got his own content on his channel too. So now here it says during his November 8th, 2019 speech, Trump proclaimed during his rally in Atlanta, "What the hell do you have to lose?" I mean, our life, which is some shit that we've been losing, but okay. A question designed to sway black Americans away from the political party. Since then, Georgia Republican Party has opened a recruitment office in College Park. I mean, like even Trump with this, what the hell do you have to lose? I mean, this is really saying the same thing that the Democrats are saying. I mean, what do you have to lose? You're gonna vote for them, they're not gonna do shit for you. I'm not gonna do shit for you, but hell, if they're not gonna do shit for you, why not vote for me? I'm not gonna do shit either. Just give me your vote. My man Ricky Jones says Stacy Abrams and Nina Turner are all fake. Facts. If you guys agree with Ricky Jones, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree. So now here it says, I feel like Donald Trump was just speaking to speak. And as far as entertainment, that's pretty much what he does. Payne continues. But as far as Stacy, I feel like she understands what impacts our community and how to make those changes. Okay, now mind you, this article right here is talking about black men address their concerns to Stacey Abrams. No concern has been talked about yet up until this point, and we're about halfway through this article. No concerns have been addressed. You know how they always say there was no animals harmed in the making of this? No concerns were addressed in the making of this. So there's that. So now here it says the reasons why some black men have found solace within the MAGA fraction of the Republican Party are due to the former president's emphasis on individualism while not hiding his disdain for the Black Lives Matter organization and its ancillary cultural movement. I disagree with this statement. This is just Stacey Abrams attempting to try to frame what black men are thinking, which according to people like Stacey Abrams, black men aren't competent of thought. That's also the same frame of thought that people like Donald Trump has. So make no mistake that these are the same. Oh yeah, facts. Yeah, I agree 100%. That's my man right there. Lunch says, I love it when Izzy's on. I just subscribed to the channel, bro. Full of knowledge. Yeah, that's facts. Izzy is a extremely intelligent dude. That's my homie, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother from another mother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts, DJ Elmo. Benign neglect on steroids. So now look at this. Trump's hyper masculine bravado has hooked black men while seizing on the belief that some black men believe that Democrats and Republicans are inherently racist. And I believe that. I'm one of those black men. I'm one of the black men that believe this. And I'll go anywhere and say that shit and prove it. I believe that Republicans and Democrats are inherently racist, and Democrats are inherently anti-black male. I'll go anywhere and prove this. And first, I'll start with this paragraph. What black men did you survey to get this nonsense from? Here's my question. Were any of you guys asked your opinion about any of this? So where did they get the information from? Shout out to Madam Franz. What up with it? So now here it says, when we hear about the challenges, what politicians often do is pretend that they've got a magic wand, Abrams said. I know that we've got to have a shovel and a pick and a hammer. We've got to have a whole toolbox. But we also have to tell the truth about how long it takes to fix what's been broken for some 150, 200 years. Okay, but Abrams is saying that, but she's not even capable of doing that because she's too scared to talk about things in terms of race. She's too scared to talk about things in terms of race. So she's not even doing that. So my question is, if she's not doing that, then how's it going to get done? But you're complaining about it, though. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Facts. Facts. The Wilmington Race Massacre of 1898. Democrats violently overthrew elected black men in North Carolina. My man Ricky Jones says, I'm in Georgia. They're pulling out all the tricks, the church, sororities, and everything in between. And that is one of the reasons why it's so important for us to make sure that these messages get out. That is important. They cannot continue to be allowed to just blatantly say anything without getting pummeled. They need to get destroyed on Twitter. They need to get destroyed on Facebook. They need to get destroyed on YouTube. And they need to get destroyed live on their own platforms by independent, unattached people that actually have like-minded intentions of improving things. How many people can relate to this sitting in a cognac shop smoking Swisher Sweets? I can't. This ain't some shit that I do. You know what I'm saying? Now, I do drink some cognac, though. You know what I'm saying? Your boy fucks with some Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with some Remy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not sitting in no shop, no $500 shop in no $2,000 suit drinking it. So I can't relate to this. I can't relate to you see this brother right here with the cup of yak? I can't relate to the pinky up like that. I don't relate to that soft ass shit. I don't relate to no $300 bottle Ace of Spades. I'm not spending no $300 on a bottle of Ace of Spades. So why would this be the people that Stacy Abrams talks to? Is this the representative black male in Atlanta, Georgia? These guys right here concerned about abortion. I'm curious about how that part of the conversation went. Oh yeah. Well, now I don't smoke weed though. I don't smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? But I do smoke some Black and Milds though. You know what I'm saying? I drink yak. I drink yak. I like Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? But I don't fuck with weed though. I don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. And and when I drink, I don't drink to get drunk. Cause I don't like not being in control of my thoughts. And I don't like not being in control of my body. I drink for the taste for real, for real. Like I'm a slow sipper. I sit there with a cup and just like be sipping and shit. I like to always have full control over my brain. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't have control over your brain, somebody else will. And that's what we're dealing with right now. Carlton says they may be in the boule. That's hilarious. And the talented 10th is up there sitting drinking fifths. Shout out to my man AJ. I just moved to Georgia. The lady didn't like I said Trump policies were better than Biden and we should vote in our interest. Then when I hit her with the TD, vote blue no matter who. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Stacy Abrams policies are no good either. One thing that I think that people need to start understanding how to do, we need to start understanding how to operate without policy, because the assumption should just be that the political system is not going to cooperate with us. That's what people need to start doing. Nah, you know what? I don't fuck with Colt 45, bro. I don't like malt liquor. Nah, I don't drink none of that. No, 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 no. No malt liquor, you know what I'm saying? No beer. You know what I'm saying? No, nah, none of that. Nah. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker says real people still believe in the Democrats. Real talk, people still believe in the Democrats. You tell some of them folks the Dems ain't shit, they want to argue you down. Yeah, I believe it. DJ Elmo says Wesley Muhammad of the Nation of Islam has a book called The Pot Plot on how the CIA has genetically modified the green stuff to attack the black population. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Facts. I believe it. I'm sure. And super facts. It's dangerous for a black man to be drunk and high while in the system of white supremacy, which is one of the reasons why they have all the state liquor stores in black neighborhoods. You might find yourself pushing up daisies. Facts. Find yourself on the other side of the pavement. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says during the conversation, black men took the opportunity to voice concerns to Abrams. I want to know which one of these black men addressed their concern of abortion. For example, Abrams was told by one attendee he felt he is sold for a bag of goods during every election period. Black men go out here to represent, and then disenfranchisement is served as a cold dish of revenge. The Democrat pushed back on these claims and explained the nuances of high stake politics. How is it high stake politics? You know what high stakes politics is? High stake politics is like if you're Russian in Ukraine driving around and your car blows up. That's high stakes politics. You don't have to worry about that shit happening to you. Stacy Abrams, all these American politicians act like they got it bad. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, "Oh my God, the SWAT team came to my house." You ain't in Russia where cars is blowing up if you're the wrong politician. Fuck out of here. Talk to people in Russia or a third world country about high risk politics. That's if you turn the keys in the car and your shit blows up with you in it. That's high risk politics. Nobody here in the United States is dealing with that. If you have 85% of black people voting for you every single time you just say that you're running for an election, there's no risk in 85%. That's greater than 50%. It's not high risk. You don't have any risk as far as dealing with black people. If the lottery had an 85% win rate, would you play it more often? The reason why people gamble and play the lottery is because the odds are like 1 in 13 million. That's high risk. That's high risk. So now here she goes on to say, voting is not magic. Politics isn't magic. Abrams explained. Voting is medicine. And the challenge is that the medicine sometimes tastes nasty and it's hard to swallow. And it doesn't solve every problem because sometimes the diagnosis was wrong. And so part of the responsibility of an effective politician is to actually think beyond the role that they play as a single person, which again, Stacey Abrams is not effectively doing. She's not doing any of this stuff that she claims to be doing. So now my question is, why should anybody vote for her? If I haven't shown that she's out of touch, then I don't know what else to say. Look at this. I want to show you guys something, just so y'all know. You know how people always, you know how Izzy always be talking about Umbuku? Look here. This dude name is Itoro Umantuman. So I mean if that doesn't tell you everything, it should tell you something at least. So there's a publication called the Mogul Nation, or I'm sorry, not the Mogul Nation, Moguldom Nation. Have you guys ever heard of that? If you guys have heard of Moguldom Nation, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now, the reason why I'm asking about that is because they dropped an article talking about Tim Black. Now, Tim Black is a YouTuber. Have you guys ever heard of Tim Black? He's a black dude who does political content on YouTube. He's been around for a while. This is him right here. So now this is his opinion, okay? It says Tim Black on blaming black men for low Stacey Abrams polling. We don't owe Democrats a damn thing. I agree. Yeah, I watch Tim Black. I watch him from time to time. He got a nice setup. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with everything that he says, but I don't agree with everything anybody says. You know what I'm saying? But I think his heart is in the right place. That counts for something. You know what I'm saying? I think his heart is definitely in the right place. I think Tim Black is one of the people that I think legitimately wants to make a legitimate difference. I think he actually cares. You know what I'm saying? I think he puts faith behind his message. Like you can just tell. He's got a lot of conviction, you know what I'm saying? And I respect that. DJ almost says, this ain't Abrams' first attempt to pander. Remember when Abrams inserted herself in Jeezy versus Gucci Mane versus asking black men to vote? Who she want us to vote for, Jeezy or Gucci? Y'all already see who I voted for. Gucci. I agree. He will change up if you present him with another point of view. Is Tim Black Gucci? Enough said. I like Tim Black. You know what I'm saying? I like Tim Black. But like everybody knows, I am far more liberal than other people. So some people, nah, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with him. Okay, that's how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I don't mind Tim Black. I think he's straight. I don't agree with everything, like I said, but he all right. You know what I'm saying? He all right. I ain't got no problem with him. You know what I'm saying? So now here, and now it says, according to most reports, Stacy Abrams is struggling in her second bid for the governor's seat in Georgia. So Stacy Abrams is struggling. Now, this is what I want you guys to do from here on out. We're going to keep a record of all of this. I want you guys to pay very close attention to every time a Democrat is struggling, what they do. Now, I'm going to ask you guys that question. What is the pattern of what Democrats do every time they're struggling? What have you guys noticed? What is the theme? What is their go-to move? What do Democrats do when they're struggling? Besides start whining about everything. See, he likes Nina Turner. Too much for my taste. I ain't mad at it, Ricky. I'm not a Nina Turner fan. There's not one politician that I'm a fan of. I can't stand any of them. DeAndre says, come running to black folks. Yeah, or come blaming black folks. Facts. Do you guys agree with DJ Elmo? DJ Elmo says Democrat females twerk when struggling. We've seen that. We've seen that. That has happened. Whoa, Bitcoin is under 18,000, guys. I'm sorry, Bitcoin is under 19,000. Did you guys see that? Just scroll past. Holy shit. Bitcoin is under 18,000. Or I mean, Bitcoin is under 19,000. That's crazy. That tells you how good the economy is doing. While it seems she has the black female vote wrapped up. Now, I want to ask the black women who are in here watching. Shout out to the black female voters who are in here watching. Has Stacy Abrams won your votes? Don't all say yes at once, by the way. If you don't say anything, we're just gonna assume it's a yes, and we won't be mad at you. You know what I'm saying? We just, you know what I'm saying? We just know we just know what time it is. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to my man Carlton. The closer we get to October, the more crypto and stocks will fall. Facts, and there's a reason for that. Anybody know what the reason is for that? By December, they'll be bottomed out. Abrams herself has said she needs black men to vote her in. I need you. Is there anyone around who know how to make a girl feel? Make her feel good. That's what she needs. She needs some of that Tierra Marie. You know what I'm saying? Hell to the nah. Shout out to Deneen with authority. Hell to the nah. You know what I'm saying? Some has taken this as Abrams blaming black men for her low polling. Now, here's my thing, right? I mean, we've seen it's not about taking this as Abrams blaming black men for her low polling. It's a consistent Democrat pattern that we've seen of Democrat anti-male rhetoric, anti-black male rhetoric. You sit around and talk shit, then you want something for us, but you don't get shit but a middle finger. And then you mad about it. And then you mad because nobody cares that you're mad. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, seriously, where are other people treated like this? Abrams is talking to the simps. I agree. And I agree, DJ Elmo. Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum says you will own nothing and be happy. All the crash is by design. Facts. Super facts. Everything that all anti-black racism is a worldwide eugenics genocide by all other groups of people to eradicate black people from the planet. That's one of the reasons why world domination is the only solution for our survival. And people may think that I'm joking when I say that, but just let the events speak for themselves. So now here it says Abrams has been trailing her Republican rival, which we all know. So now popular socialist podcast host. So Tim Black is a socialist. Host of Tim Black TV tweeted that Abrams should expect black men to rally behind her. That's interesting. Popular socialist podcast host Tim Black, host of Tim Black TV, tweeted that Abrams should expect black men to rally behind her. Democrats blaming black men for Stacy Abrams' low poll against Brian Kemp forget one thing. We don't owe the Democratic Party a damn thing. The Democratic Party owes us, and we don't see a return on our previous investments, he tweeted. Now, that doesn't sound like he said Abrams should expect black men to rally behind her. I don't know where they got that from, but that's not what this is saying. So I don't know what's going on here. As far as this article goes, it sounds like they got some conflicting information here. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, please help your boy out. Make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please make sure that you share the stream out. And also, if you're not subscribed to the backup channels, take a moment and make sure that you subscribe to each backup channel. So now here's his actual tweet. It says, Democrats blaming black men for Stacy Abrams' low polls against Brian Kemp forget one thing. We don't owe the Democratic Party a damn thing. The Democratic Party owes us, and we don't see a return on our investments. So there's that. In a separate video, he said, Democrats don't like to give black men any props, any power, and say, you know what, if it wasn't for these black men, we would lose. But they love giving it to black women and pitting black men and women against each other. That's what they like to do, and that's what I have a problem with. This is bigger than Stacy Abrams. So then he says Stacy Abrams is very talented and very intelligent, which I staunchly disagree with. So I guess this is a excerpt of what he said. So let's check this out.
What is it going to be the responsibility of Democratic politicians to excite Democratic voters? You know, Republicans don't run and get mad at white guys and go, these white guys, they don't come out enough. No, because they realize without those white guys, they never win. The same thing holds true with the Democrats, but they don't want to give the Democrats don't want to give black men any agency, any props, any power, and say, you know what, if it wasn't for these black voters, these black men, we would lose. But they love giving it to black women.
And see, in my opinion, that's why we have to take the power from the Democrats. We have to take the power. We have to take it and keep it and preserve it. We're not going to get anything. See, like when people talk in terms of he says the Democrats aren't going to give you, I know we're not going to get anything. We have to go to war with the Democrats and destroy them and take their power. They have to be destroyed, eradicated, non-existent. The only remembrance of Democrats should be in a natural history museum once we get done with them. Nobody's going to give anybody anything. If there's a barrier, that barrier has to be destroyed. Democrats have been disrespectful and have not done anything for long enough. It's time for their destruction to be imminent. They need to be rendered completely erroneous. I'm not registered on any party because I have never seen a reason to vote. Anytime I've done research into a candidate or any kind of issue, there has never been any information that has led me to feel that voting for that issue would improve my life in a significant way. The only time I ever registered to vote was when I filled out a selective service application so that I could receive federal money for my college career. So there's no party associated with me, and I've never been associated with a party. I was one of those people back in the day that had an issue with Democrats and got called a coon relentlessly because I didn't like Obama, because I ain't like Condoleezza Rice. I didn't like Colin Powell. I didn't like Jesse Jackson. I didn't like the Rainbow Coalition. I was a coon and shit back then. Which is fascinating though, because if I was a coon back then, a lot of these people that are into this kind of shit now seem like they all had it, but who was those motherfuckers calling me a coon back then? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a question that I still haven't gotten an answer to. You know what I'm saying?
What is it going to be the responsibility of Democratic politicians to excite Democratic voters? You know, Republicans don't run and get mad at white guys and go, these white guys, they don't come out enough. No, because they realize without those white guys, they never win. The same thing holds true with the Democrats, but they don't want to give the Democrats don't want to give black men any agency, any props, any power, and say, you know what, if it wasn't for these black voters, these black men, we would lose. But they love giving it to black women and pitting black women and black men against each other. That's what they like to do. So that's what I got a problem with. This is bigger than Stacy Abrams. This is not just about Stacy Abrams. Stacy Abrams is very talented, very intelligent.
Hey, it happens, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Jay Fields. It happens. But the thing is that once your eyes are open, they stay open. You know what I'm saying? And that's what matters. That's what matters the most. You know what I'm saying? So now, again, she lost some ground with black men who provided crucial backing in her narrow loss to Kemp in 2018, which we read this very article that they have right here. She knows she must get black men on her side and out to the polls on her behalf, which I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening, or else there wouldn't be this push. Shout out to my man Crypto Key. What up with it, bro? I didn't even vote for Obama. I was like, who said that? Who was it? Was it Lil John and the East Side Boy? I came. I saw. I hit him right there in the jaw. I came. I saw. I hit him right there in the jaw. In the jaw. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I ain't feeling Obama, man. I ain't feeling none of these people, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust this shit. If black men vote for me, I will win Georgia. So now what she's doing is she's trying to get ahead of her loss, and she's already putting something out there for her to lose. So if she loses automatically because she said this, she's trying to put the focal point on black men, saying that black men didn't come for her. If I lose, it's because of those black men, not because I'm incompetent and I've been dragging. Yeah, he did do a good job of flip-flopping on that, Ricky. He did. He did do a good job of flip flopping. He tried to sit up there in one instance, act like he's criticizing Stacey Abrams and criticizing the Democratic Party, and then he turns around and says that she's talented. Like that. That was kind of interesting to me. That's why I was confused about what was written in the article. I'm like, wait a minute, what? He said both of these at the same time. It's kind of weird. My man Crypto Key says she need to get to the buffet. That's the only Stacy. That's the only place Stacy needs to be. She'll win there. Shit. She'll win at the buffet table. Adams said during a campaign event titled Stacy and the Fellas at Forks and Flavors. It's called Forks and Flavors, a black-owned eatery in Cobb County. The event was to help her connect with the black male voters. Now, my question is, how did she connect? How did she connect? Did she connect favorably with the black voters? We're gonna look at this poll at a later date. But my question is, did she connect? I don't think she did. I don't think she did. Look at this. I'm gonna show y'all this headline real quick. This is the same thing that the Washington Post said, or was it the New York Times? I can't remember, one of those. But look at this. Stacy Abrams is underperforming with black voters in AJC poll. Look at that. Look at that. Stacey Abrams is underperforming with black voters. This doesn't say she's underperforming with black male voters. It says that she's underperforming with black voters. Ah, paywall, because you got to pay to play. Our best deal, just 99 cents for 6 months. That's not a bad deal. Everybody give a shout out to TD Hip Hop Media and a shout out to my man Lunch. You know what I'm saying? Because since we got those super chats, you know what I'm saying, your boy will be able to unlock that paywall tomorrow. And we could talk about that in part 2 of this. Because I think we should do a part 2 of this. I think we should do a part 2 of this. Because these are things that are not talked about by the mainstream media, and the reason why they're not talked about by the mainstream media is because they're ashamed. It's because they're ashamed, and because their strategies are failing. Oh yeah, I seen that video. She ran up. The brother ran up and she started talking crazy and swearing at him. But now my question is, why is she underperforming so much? Why are all of these black politicians underperforming so much? And then when they get mad, they want to blame it on black people. That just means that you're not serving your voter base. And what you need to understand as well is that the white media is not an ally. The white media never says, why are you failing with your own people? They never say that. They just sit there and let them babble like idiots. And then they ask them questions to enhance the babbling. Like, no white media was outraged about this. Get your booty to the poll. New PSA featuring Atlanta strippers encourages us to get out to the vote like we've never seen before. And then in addition to that, this is back in September of 2020, you have Megan Thee Stallion talking to Hillary Clinton about wet ass pussy and shit. A new voting ad featuring Atlanta strippers caused quite a stir on social media this week. So now my question is, where are these advertising companies and where are these campaigning companies getting these ideas that black men are idiots? Here goes some ass, go vote. Here goes some titties, go vote. The upcoming 2020 presidential election presents challenges for black voters at this point, and it's a all hands on deck mentality. The campaign titled "Get Your Booty to the Poll" features an ad that takes us inside a makeshift exotic club where dancers use the bait and switch in an attempt to engage and educate voters on the importance of state and local representation. So you can do some sex work. What is a listen? Look at this. Look at this.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
So, you're really not gonna vote? You know it's more than just the president on the ballot, right? Check it.
A district attorney decides who to prosecute,
Including whether or not to go after dirty cops.
Do you know who elects the DA? We do, but you don't want to vote.
can't make it rain if you locked up on some bullshit.
Want trades and coding taught in our schools? Then vote for the school boards that will prepare us for the job market. Want to end cash bail?
Well, then vote for the sheriffs and county officials that feel the same way you do.
But you talking about, oh, they gonna pick who they gonna pick, shawty.
Ferguson just elected their first black mayor.
You know how that happened?
It's clear black lives don't matter to some of our current elected officials.
If they matter to you,
Then don't let other people decide who's gonna run your community.
get your booty to the poll.
Get your booty to the poll.
Get your booty to the poll.
Get your vote, stretch.
For information on how and where to vote, as well as resources to find out who's running where you live, go to getyourbootytothepoll.com.
To the pole, get your booty to the pole, get your booty to the pole, get your booty.
You cannot make this up. And these people wonder why they're losing. You really wonder? Look at this. They said the voluptuous dancers. Now, mind you, this article here is coming from Madam Manure. This is an anti-black media outlet, anti-black male media outlet, I should say. So if you don't, these people come from that school of logic where if you don't support this stripper ad, you're clearly a misogynist. You're a misogynist, you're anti-black woman, you're anti-black community, you have issue, this, that, and the other, you have issues, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. What the fuck is wrong with you? But at the same time, if you sit there and make rap videos, rap using hip hop, you know what I'm saying, and get video vixens looking like this, you're also anti-black women because you're sexually exploiting women. So you have to just not even take into consideration that element of any kind of critique and actually look at what's going on. And what's going on is that this is an attack on your intelligence. This is the same thing that Fantano was doing with Drake. It's the same playbook Fantano was running on Drake. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, this is the dumbest of the dumb. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the gingerbread man. The only thing you're ever going to be king of is king of the stupids. This is some king of the stupid ass shit. The upcoming 2020 presidential election presents unique challenges for black voters, and at this point, it's all hands on deck mentality. The campaign title, Get Your Booty to the Poll, features an ad that takes us inside a makeshift exotic club where dancers use the old bait and switch in an attempt to engage and educate voters on the importance of state and local representation. Now, here's my question. Who was this ad geared towards? That's my question for you guys. Who was this ad geared toward? This ad was geared toward everybody. This ad was geared toward everybody? You know, because women's like going to the strip clubs too. The voluptuous dancers sprinkle in acrobatics and athleticism while stating important pieces of voter education information. You know, it's more than just the president on the ballot, right? One of the dancers said. A district attorney decides who to prosecute, another adds, including whether or not to go after dirty cops, the third says on the camera. What about dirty women who burn you if you pay for some sex work and you get burned? Do the DA go after them too? You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. Do the DA go after them? You like the gingerbread man, Deneen? Shout out to Shrek. The only thing you're ever gonna be king of is king of the stupids. Gingerbread man was the real hero in Shrek, man. I don't care what nobody says. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, including whether or not to go after dirty cops. Ferguson just elected their first black mayor. You know what? You know how that happened, another woman says before the screen cuts to a woman twerking in a thong bikini with the word vote written on her butt cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Supporters can visit the Get Your Booty to the Poll website, which includes resources and information for the first time and experienced voters, as well as who is running locally. Now, if you do get your booty to the poll, do they have strippers there waiting for you to give you a happy ending? That's my question. You know what I'm saying? That's the question. You know what I'm saying? From my black male pea brain. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. Are there happy endings involved with this? You know what I'm saying? Supporters can get your booty to the poll website, which includes resource information for the first time experienced voters as well as those who are running locally. So I'm curious as if this site is still up. And it is. It's still up. Get your booty to the poll beyond 2020. You know what I'm saying? This is what they think of you. This is how stupid they think people are, man. Hold on real quick. The hell? Wait a minute. I was about to say, so they got some kind of thumbnail of like the strippers being on Judge Joe Brown's show, but when you click the link, it's a bad link. Yeah, the gingerbread man is the shit. The gingerbread man is the shit. You remember when he had the giant gingerbread man? Lord Farquhar thought he was hard and said gingerbread man came back with his giant cousin. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I mean, look at this. Look at this. So I don't know who this person is right here, but whoever they are, they said the people behind Get Your Booty to the Poll voter outreach are not even sex workers. They're Atlanta-based filmmakers whose stated goal is to entice a black male demographic into registering to vote because they tend to have a lower turnout than black women at the polls. And as you can see, this person right here, this is some white woman who doesn't give two flying fucks. The people behind Get Your Booty to the Poll voter outreach, they're not even sex workers. They're Atlanta-based film workers whose stated goal is to entice a black male demographic into registering to vote because they tend to have lower turnouts than black women at the polls. Oh. Like, I would have lived a much longer, fruitful life had I not read that verbal diarrhea from this misplaced white woman. Talk about Trump. Talk about Biden. Talk about all them teachers that can't keep their hands off of their students. Talk about that shit. What are you doing to fix the problem? You know what I'm saying? Besides tweeting. What are any of these people doing to fix any of these problems besides tweeting? They're not doing anything. And the reason why they're not doing anything is because they're not capable of doing anything. We're dealing with massive amounts of incompetence. Massive amounts of incompetence. All of these people are incompetent. Every single last one of them. So now here's my question. If all we're dealing with is incompetent people and we know the playbook that they're going to run, my question for everybody is, how does that work? We have to deal with these people. We do. You and I. We have to deal with this. So how do we deal with it? That's the question. The news media is not going to deal with it because it's not in the news media's best interest. The news media's best interest is to keep black people in a weakened and confused state. Anytime you ever hear a white person attempting to interject themselves into black political issues, it's to keep people in a confused state, because they are under the understanding that there's a lot of people who, it doesn't matter if you have the most clear, concise, and well-articulated message that ever came across an airwave. It does not matter. In a lot of black people and white people's brains, the only thing that exists is whether your message or your legitimacy is backed up and validated by whiteness, because that is how simple-minded people are. Because most people are indeed simple-minded. So you can't expect complex operations or complex thought processes from idiots. And that is what the majority of people that we're dealing with are. You have to understand that. If it seems like things are taking a lot longer than it should, it's because mathematically they will, because we are a minority. Do you realize that everybody else are brain dead, brainwashed idiots? The same people that we are fighting to get to see the things that we're saying are the same people that the white media already has control over. We are dealing with a population of morons. So we have to speak moron language. And my thing is that I'm not hiding that. You see, the Democrats hide how they feel. Oh, you know, we care so much, but we don't care. Now, I'm going to flat out tell you, I think most people are dumb. I feel that most people are dumb, and most people require messages to be delivered at a 6-year-old level in order for them to comprehend. And I agree. I agree with DJ Elmo. We're dealing with maximum sophisticated confusion. I agree with Deneen. We are indeed really the outliers. I agree with Jay. There's no excuse for the foolishness. We live in the information age, and crypto is right there with us. And my thing is, we do live in the information age. And the objective of living in information age is who's controlling the flow of information. And the problem is that we don't have a big enough influence on the flow of information. So despite the fact that we live in the information age, it's still the same people who have been controlling it since dial-up television, since dial-up internet, since wall phones, since pay phones, since printed press and paper boy throwing a newspaper in front of your house. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's changed is the medium that these things are delivered to you on. I can make as many YouTube videos as I'm able to, but if YouTube cuts off my access to YouTube, that gives me a significant issue with delivering information. Nothing has changed. If you look at YouTube like a giant newspaper, everybody that's a content creator is nothing but an independent editor. And those independent editors may have more or less people reading their columns. That's all this is. At the end of the day, the newspaper is still controlled not by me, not by you. So they can also restrict my access to people that I need to get the message out to, which you guys can see. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys will see this. Like I told you guys, when they stop from hiding the YouTube subscription numbers, you guys will see that my channel never grows. And you will see people that have significantly less engagement, significantly less people watching, significantly less anything. Their channels will grow exponentially. There'll be somebody who has 10 people in their live streams every single time they go live. And by the end of the year, they'll have 10,000 and I'll still be sitting at 2.5K. Dial-up television, bro. Those were the good old days when you had the channel changer up top, and then you had the dial at the bottom. You had to change it to UF, or what was it? You had to put it in the middle on channel U, and then you change the bottom dial. Then you couldn't turn on the vacuum cleaner because it messed up the TV. I had to pay for those kind of effects on my editing software. You know what I'm saying? Now, I agree with Deneen, right? Now, check this out. Deneen says most people don't want to investigate the available information. They don't want to know. I agree with that. So what that means that we have to do is we have to figure out a way to become the de facto information so that the lazy people are stuck listening to us. Because if they're too lazy to move, then they're going to be too lazy to move. That means that if you don't have the option to listen to other stuff, or if the other stuff has been rendered completely erroneous, then you won't have a choice but to fall back on what it is that we're talking about. And that's a competition. You know what I'm saying? That's competing with the mainstream media apparatuses. You know what I mean? So we have to figure out a way to replace the nonsense media and become the de facto media. So now my question for you guys is, how do you become the de facto media? Like I said, my little tiny YouTube channel far outcompeted Black News Channel. My tiny YouTube channel. I have a tiny YouTube channel, 2.5K subs. Imagine somebody like TD, somebody like Torian Rain, somebody like the Black Authority, somebody like Tariq Nasheed. Yet and still, you don't see mainstream media outreach looking to any of those people. Why? The reason why is because they don't want messages like that becoming the de facto message. So since that's what they're making an effort to not do, that's what we have to make an effort to do. The de facto message has to be empowerment at all times. Has to be tangibles at all times. Has to be, we'll roast you out of existence if you're a phony politician at all times. MSNBC will mention Tariq Nasheed by name, but I put money on it. They'll never have him on there. Like I said, Fox, Tucker Carlson had Tariq Nasheed on there before MSNBC will. Tariq Nasheed was actually on Fox. in a debate with Tucker Carlson. The alleged media that's supposed to be for us will not say shit to him and will disrespect the dead man because that's how down bad they are. Shout out to RG Titan 901. Could you imagine if they ever had me and Izzy on there? Yeah, we got Robb and Izzy from Reality Check Virtual Radio Black Light Revelations as our guests on MSNBC. Could you imagine how bad that would go for them? Could you imagine if they had one of us on there separately? That is one thing that you will never see. They would get destroyed. Man, cut to commercial and call security. I'll be like, what you calling security for? We on Zoom. You know what I'm saying? What you calling for security for? We on Zoom. Oh, they absolutely are, Ricky. We've actually done the math and figured out exactly what YouTube does and how they do it. And they do it through their algorithm. And the way that you can tell that they do it through their algorithm is if you look at the statistics that YouTube analytics gives you about your channel. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that's to be expected, though. That's to be expected. So, you know, I expect that. Yeah, the signal would cut out. Oh, we're getting some interference here. Yeah, I bet you are. You're not getting any thoughts. You're not getting any rebuttals, but you're getting interference. So now, again, this is a dog whistle here. Stacy Abrams is putting this out so she'll ultimately have somebody to blame when she loses. Not a matter of if, a matter of when. Now, what people are not looking at is that she runs the risk of losing, even though she's polling at 80% with black men. Now, here's how dishonest the white media is. What are her numbers with other men? What are her numbers with Asian men? What are her numbers with white men? What are her numbers with Latino men? What are Stacy Abrams' numbers looking at across the male demographic, period? What are they looking like? If you ask me, when it comes to Stacy Abrams in particular, the black male vote probably eclipses the other votes. Probably way outcompeting the other votes. But just make sure you understand that if Stacy Abrams loses, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Oh, it ain't my fault. Did I do that? It ain't my fault. Did I do that? Is it your fault? Not my fault. You have 80% of black male vote, and you had 85% of the black male vote and 80% of black people. So this is interesting because what the Root did was the Root actually is giving an inaccurate number. Because we just looked at the numbers and it was 85% with black men and 80% with black people. So the root said, well, nigga, maybe if we decide to, change the number a little bit, then maybe we can get Stacy Abrams some vote. Fuck out of here. Stop lying about shit. This is one of the reasons why people start talking shit. See, that's the reason I started talking shit just now. Somebody said, oh, you're a xenophobe. Okay, you just lied about some shit, though. So nobody's calling you a liar. Fuck. Lying about numbers and shit. Look at this. Look at this. In 2018, Democratic gubernatorial candidate Stacy Abrams only lost to her Republican opponent Brian Kemp by less than 55,000 votes. This is with Abrams getting 97% of black female vote and 88% of black male votes, and you still couldn't win. You're not going to win at all. You want more? You want more than that? Nigga. Look, you cannot make this up. It seems like black men are already voting for you. I just want to, do you guys know that, like, when you put a curse on somebody, a lot of times they call it putting a root on somebody? I'm just saying. Are y'all aware of that? If you guys knew that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, please make sure that you take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys are enjoying the broadcast, make sure that you guys share it out. That definitely helps. And again, remember, it's extremely important. Make sure that you're subscribed to all the backup channels. Yeah, Tiffany Cross-Eye said that we need to get in line. She needs to stop looking like she just sniffed a line. You know what I'm saying? And she probably needs to work on parking in between the lines. And at the age that she's at, coloring within them. While we're talking about lines. You have magnificent numbers of black participation. And she still can't do anything with it. Don't eat a woman's spaghetti. Yo, if you guys agree with DeAndre, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's funny as hell. Now, I have heard that one. I have heard that one now. Don't eat a woman's spaghetti. Or sit there and watch the food be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. I want you guys to concentrate on this. This is with Abrams getting 97% of the black female vote and 88% of the black male vote. She's complaining about these numbers. She is complaining about those numbers. She's got close to 100% of the black female vote. And she's damn near got 90% of black male vote. I don't think that anyone else has that. That is damn near 100% of the voter base. There is almost not, black women are almost at 100%. You would get 100% and still lose. Then who you going to blame it on? Because that's effectively what you have right now. I guarantee you Stacey Abrams has the closest to 100% than any other candidate in Georgia. TV Hip Hop Media said, don't ever bring home a woman who doesn't like Scooby-Doo if it wasn't for you meddling kids. If y'all didn't have meddling kids, you know what I'm saying? Oh, God. So spaghetti-fied. Hey. Yeah, don't ever deal with nobody that's spaghettified. You know what I'm saying? Like that in a rat-a-tat-tat. Stacy Abrams got them policies that make you take your votes right back. I got the shit that'll get you bent. Get me the fuck out of Atlanta like the parliament. Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the brat. You know what I'm saying? That's a real female MC, man. That's a real female MC. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You can tell you can tell that the brat was a birthing person. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, some people be saying shit without saying. Like, everybody know that. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? Like, she ain't never put that shit all out there like that. But you know that the brat is a birthing person. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You know what I'm saying? You can rhyme. You know what I'm saying? You got skills. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can listen to that, damn, this nigga dope, you know what I'm saying? Then you say, oh, it's the brat. Then she did that video with Tyreek, and you was like, oh, for real, it's the brat. Damn. Too bad you don't like guys. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. Now, here it says Abrams' campaign event on Sunday is a part of her One Georgia initiative, which seeks to meet voters where they're at, both physically and ideologically. The most recent Atlanta Journal-Constitution poll shows Abrams has 90% of the black female vote, but just 80% of the black male vote. I mean, just 80. All she got is 80%. Just like the white content creators on here. We're getting canceled out here. Translucent content matters, according to Matt Walsh. Shout out to my man, TD Hip Hop Media. Translucent content matters, and translucent content has an opaque million subscribers. You know what I'm saying? These people, Stacy Abrams has damn near 100% of each voter block, male and female, of black people. Abrams and cross-eyed minions will get your podcast to them good. I had to make sure that I get Izzy on so we could get some extra disrespect going on then. But what they won't do is they won't have anybody like us on. And honestly, they shouldn't even have somebody like me and Izzy on there. We don't have enough people that even know who the hell we are. They need to talk to somebody who has a similar thought process that has a much larger following than us. Because what you need to see is that this is not just some little remote cult. You know what I'm saying? This isn't just some crazy group of 2,500 black people on YouTube that sounds starkly different than everybody else. Nah, you need to see the real. What you need to see is the reality. And the reality is that you're outdated. And I mean, just looking at the HR offices at the places where these people work isn't enough. I mean, I'm pretty sure Don Lemon was just there getting his demotion. Simone Sanders has been reassigned how many times? And if I'm not mistaken, the current White House press secretary was also a pass around at NBC. What's her name? George St. Pierre? Or is he the welterweight champion of the UFC, if I'm not mistaken? From the French part of Canada. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Governor Kemp has a 5-point lead, so the 10% of undecided black males will be crucial. Now I find that fact, it's only the 10% of undecided black males. Now, last time it was the black males who actually helped her close the gap and almost win. So now somehow this rests solely on the black men. This is on the black men. So now when she loses, there can be a whole bunch of articles and a whole bunch of content about us white people of black people being misogynistic. And that's the reason why Stacy Abrams lost. Not because she's a failed politician with failed policies and using an outdated Democrat playbook. Having a blunt rolling cognac drinking party with black men at a restaurant with $700 cocktails talking about abortion and birthing people. You know, everybody can be a birthing person. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to say. Black men are so pathetic. You're so terrible. You're so weak. You're so lazy. You couldn't even come out to vote for Stacy Abrams. I mean, you couldn't even come out to vote. 80% is pretty damn significant. I guarantee you that other politicians have won with less black male votes. So shout out to the black men that keep voting for a loser because they have faith. I know your ass ain't gonna do shit but lose anyway, but you know what I'm saying? I had that much faith in you, so you know I'm gonna go ahead and vote. It's your fault that we lost. No, it's your fault that you lost. And that's not misogynistic. That's just real. Your policy sucked. Everybody's not a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha or Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. So now here it says people have a reason to be suspicious when you believe that an election can transform the world and it doesn't happen. We're talking about Atlanta. We're talking about Georgia. Ain't nobody talking about the damn world. She said in a face-to-face interview with Yahoo News just ahead of the campaign event, it's absolutely understandable that people feel there may not be a reason to show up. Okay, so Stacy Abrams herself has sympathized and said that it's absolutely understandable that people may feel that there may not be a reason to show up. And that's why my campaign is so intentional about reaching people where they are. Don't show up, just vote where you're at. Not I'm going to have some shit for you to vote for. If you can't come to vote, I'm going to make it easy for you so you can vote in the house, but I'm still not going to do shit. Do you see what she just said? What she just said was location, location, location. That's what she said. She said location is what's important. That's what she's concerned about. My campaign is so intentional about reaching people where they are. Not about dealing with what people want. We want to Uber vote. Oh, don't worry. We'll Uber your shit to the election. It's not about what she's gonna do. I'm focused on that undecided 10% because I want them to know that if they show up and if they participate, they will be served by an Abrams administration. Served what? Shrimp in parmesans? Butterfly cut shrimp and parmesans? That's what they're gonna get served? some dime-sized scallions and Cavassier with a Philly blunt on the side. Like, man, please. As Yahoo News expressed, a significant issue Georgians are looking at is how candidates will tackle rising crime rates. There you go, right there. Crime rates. I know how the Republicans going to tackle the crime rates. So what everybody is looking for is a crime bill. That's what people are looking for. People are looking for a crime bill. Facts. Crime is code for us. How has any politician ever controlled crime? They relocate crime. They let crime get out of control. Once the crime gets out of control, corporate interests come in and buy the real estate at a discount. After the corporate interests come in and buy the real estate at a discount, then they start building the community back up for corporate interests and for affluent people that can afford to live there. So then the crime gets moved to another location. I mean, that's how they've been dealing with crime. The police are just there for appearances and to play target practice with a few black people when they get bored. That's what they're there for. So now here it says, while the rise in crime can't be pinned on a single factor, Brian Kemp has been governor throughout his entire period. Abrams acknowledges how important the topic is and has spoken to law enforcement, but put a spotlight on gun safety. What does this mean? She's spoken to law enforcement. About what? What did you speak to law enforcement about? Didn't Ahmaud Arbery get killed in Georgia? Did she speak to him about that, or did she just speak to him about drill music? Did she speak to him about that, or did she just speak to him about drill music? That's my question for you guys. What do you guys think? This is about life and death. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not. But we also need to make certain we've got law enforcement that can protect us and be held responsible and accountable when they don't do right, which is never. We need a governor who actually understands that you can both support law enforcement and publicly talk about accountability and transparency, and that you're not betraying one to uplift the other. So what we can do is we can support law enforcement and talk about accountability, but not do anything about it. We can talk about it. That's all the fuck we ever get is talk. So I think she's actually being honest right here. You just have to listen to what she's saying. We can support the police, but talk about accountability. I think people are tired of talking. Yeah, E&J and some salmon patties. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to salmon patties. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know what time it is when it comes to salmon patties. That's code word right there. You talking about dog whistles? Talking about dog whistles? What other YouTuber you hear out here talking about salmon patties? Shout out to my people that had salmon patties, that eat salmon. Do they even still sell that? Do they even still sell salmon patties? Oh my God. Man, that's funny. That's a now that right there. That's a deep dog whistle. That's a deep dog whistle, man. See, people got all this shit at their disposal. People got all this shit at their disposal. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like when people start doing that, you know what I'm saying? That whole, well, are you FBA? Are you this, that, and other? Man, y'all know what time it is. So do you like salmon patties? It don't matter if you like the salmon patty or if you don't. If you not FBA, motherfuckers ain't even gonna know what the fuck salmon patties are. Same thing with candy yams. Same thing with sweet potato pie. Same thing with putting the mustard greens and the collard greens. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know what time it is. You go to you go to New York. You go to New York and ask some of them clowns like Busta Rhymes about sweet potato pie or collard greens. That's how you know Snoop Dogg is a real one. Like, man, that's still my favorite verse that Snoop Dogg dropped. Getting funky like an old batch of collard greens. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what's up. He actually representing this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's that real shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know. My man Jay said, what you know about the candy lady? The candy lady. I don't know about the candy lady. You gotta school me onto the candy lady. But I do know about salmon patties, though. I'm trying to think what else. Cooking the vegetables with a meat bone, some kind of bone in there with some meat. Or if you throw a piece of bacon in your green beans, like seriously. DeAndre said, Robb, real bro. You already know. You know what I'm saying? For real, I know it, man. I'm telling you. All you gotta do, anybody that's our age, ask a motherfucker, what's your grandmother's name? If your grandmother name ain't some shit like Ollie Mae or Emma Lou or some shit like that, or Maddie or Hazel, man, you suspect. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Ollie Mae. You know what I'm saying? That's my grandmother's name. And I got an aunt named Mady. That's some South shit. That's some Atlanta shit. So don't nobody ever ask me no shit about any kind of motherfucking plantation and shit that my family came to fuck from. You know what I'm saying? Because all the men in my family is called June. And I got an aunt named Mady. And my grandmother is Ollie Mae. Now, you know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how you can tell. You ain't got to do no kind of long, elaborate, weird ass shit. That's all you got to do. What's your grandma's name? You know what I'm saying? What's your nickname? You ain't got nobody named June in your family? Okay. All right, bro. Mine was Minnie. Yeah, Minnie. That's another one. Minnie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's real. Like, them names are unique. Like, those are real names. If your grandmother's name don't sound like you could get a student loan from her, suspect, man. You know what I'm saying? Suspect. That's all I got to say. So now here it says this race is predicted to come down the wire, which I don't think is going to come down to the wire at all. Stacy Abrams is outdated and Raphael Warnock is not going to win. Kemp is going to win that. He's going to keep that seat. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Still, Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright believes Abram has a tremendous opportunity to maximize the black vote ahead of November's midterm elections. I doubt it. She already is maximized. 97%. I mean, shit. Is 3% really going to make that big of a difference? Is your loss margin going to be 3%? See? Deneen, my grandmother's name was Fanny. There you go. What I tell you, if your grandmother's name don't sound like some shit you can get a student loan from, I'm looking at you weird. I'm looking at you weird. Warnock could win because he's running against Herschel Downsy Walker. Remember Herschel Walker, how stupid he is? See, the good air came from over there, and the bad air came from right around over there down there. But the good air don't swap with the bad air, and when I passed air, I had breathed in the good air. Okay, Herschel. Great climate plan, you moron. And man, I'll tell you what, you're talking about fossil fuels burning. Man, he better be careful where his son goes, because his son is flamboyant enough to leave a trail behind him like a damn drag racing car. You remember when he got into it with that lady at Starbucks? Herschel Walker's son seemed like one of them people that would say black men are the white people of black people, and Herschel Walker, that's my boy right there. That's my boy over there. That's my boy over there. Oh my God. Black men are the white people of black people. Dad, what is wrong with these fucking idiots that they won't vote for you? Dude, go take a cold shower with the door closed. That shit's funny. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, Herschel Walker's aerology is stupid. He should talk about the aerology that goes on between his ears. You see, what happened is the good ear, you know, it's supposed to be a brain in there, but it ain't nothing in there. It's just an empty ass hole. So what happened is the good air come in from the left hand side over there, and then it come out on the right end as bad air, because there ain't nothing inside my head, but it stank up in there. So it go in good air and come out bad. Okay. All right. I think Stacy Abrams and our party have a tremendous responsibility and opportunity to educate and engage perhaps the most consequential voting bloc in the generation, and that's black men. Now that's interesting. We're the most consequential voting bloc in a generation. Why? Why are black men such a consequential voting bloc? As consequential as she keeps saying that black men are, she just can't get away from her need to have a concern for what's going on with her white Republican voters that she wants to flip and vote for her. She's more concerned about those voters and offering them tangibles than she is about black voters. So I don't know why she's calling black male voters consequential, because there's no consequence. She doesn't think that there is a consequence. But what is fascinating is that she's about to face the ultimate consequence when she loses. Walker admits he ain't smart and will go ahead and do a debate on October 14th. I want to see the practice tapes from the Walker debates. God, I want to see the practice tapes from that shit. I want to see the practice debates from the Walker debate. Damn, that's gonna be a hot mess. Good Lord have mercy. That's gonna be a hot mess and a half. So now, C. Wright told Yahoo News, we often refer to the black vote with its strength and its power. That's a collective black vote, black men and women. And if we don't have the two of those things rising together, you dilute the power and strength of the black vote. So now, the Yahoo News is bliggity bliggity black. Wow, black power. Yahoo News, we need black unity for Stacy Abrams. Oh man, Stacy Abrams unified with all those brothers at the Mild and Yak meeting. It's important to point out that only 24% of white voters voted for Abrams in the 2018 selection. Or did I say selection? I mean election. Okay, so you really need to go scold white people. So go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go talk to those white people because only 24% of them voted for you. Hey, boo-boo. What is it, Yogi? Only 24% of white voters voted for Abrams. You need to get everybody on the job. What are we going to do today, Brian? Try to get Miss Abrams some votes. You need to recruit everybody that you can. This is Skeletor here, and I've been recruited by Stacy Abrams to help her get votes. Because she's dumber than He-Man, and she can't do anything on her damn own. She getting everybody to try to help her. She went to all the cartoon supervillains. I don't know. But what I think she needs to do is I think she needs to go to white people and she needs to shame white people and she needs to say, white people, if you don't vote for me at higher than 24%, I'll never forgive you. That's what she needs to do. Jay says, those white people are smart enough to vote in their interest. They said, screw Sausage Links Abrams. I agree. That amount has only increased to 26% in a recent Atlanta Journal-Constitution poll. Why are you worried about what the fuck black people are doing? You really are failing in your white demographic. I appreciate you, Roots Trackers. Everybody drop some radiation emojis for Roots Trackers. Definitely appreciate the support. DeAndre said, what channel are you going to stream that debate from? Which one? Which one? What's his name? Herschel Walker? I'll do it from this one. I'll do it from this one. I got to find out when it is. That is hilarious. I'm gonna mess up the debate because I'm gonna be laughing and pausing too hard. Herschel Walker gonna have, man, they think Joe Biden is dumb. Man, you ain't seen stupid until you seen Herschel Walker. Joe Biden, I will agree with you, he is dumb. But I'm telling you, Herschel Walker is a different kind of stupid. He's the kind of stupid where like 10 minutes after making fun of him, you actually start feeling bad. I feel guilty after I make fun of him. After like I gotta only make fun of him for like 5 minutes and then I gotta stop. Because if I make fun of him for too long, damn man, I ain't shit. This motherfucker got all kind of difficulties and he ain't right. I'm sitting up here making fun of him. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen. Who I supposed to debate today? Is it Big Boy? Am I finna debate Big Boy or I got Oscar the Grouch? I'm ready for both of them. I'm gonna debate them on the environment. Roses is red and violets is blue. And ain't no way in hell I'm smarter than you. Now let's get it on. I wouldn't even debate Herschel Walker because that shit wouldn't be safe. I honestly, like, I don't think anything is safe with like old crazy athletes with like that were involved in contact sports with brain injuries. Like, that's not safe. He might snap into some post-traumatic stress syndrome episode from the Dallas Cowboys, and as soon as they say start, like, he don't even talk into the microphone. This fool just run like right through you and shit. Be talking about touchdown, and then do the Icky Woods shuffle and shit. Like, you done injured the motherfucker you supposed to be debating. And Herschel Walker's still big. He's still strong, man. Like, Herschel Walker ain't no bitch. He's just dumb and a coon, but he's not a bitch. This is a dude that, I mean, he, like, at 60 years old, he was fighting and whooping people's asses in MMA. I'll debate him if I got a strap, if I got a piece on me. You start going into one of them post-traumatic stress syndrome episodes, you still as strong as a damn professional athlete, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Referee better get you. You ain't about to start doing that coon babbling and chasing me like, you know what I'm saying? Troy Aikman just handed you the damn ball. Fuck. What's good with it, AB? Shout out to my man AB Promotion. Running around like old boy on Get Out. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm like. Look, man, listen. See, they don't like motherfuckers like me. Now, your boy is athletic, but I'm not a physical giant. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a smart motherfucker. Like, that is not what white supremacists want. They want a big, incredible Hulk with no brain, which is Herschel Walker. That, like, I would have sold, if I was a slave back then, if I didn't get killed, you know what I'm saying, in my revolt, they would have sold me for like 50 cents if they even sold me. They probably wouldn't even done no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't even done no shit like that. Herschel Walker, psh, man, you had to be rich to buy somebody like his ass. Because that's like that is exactly what they wanted. And listen, man, look, I'm not somebody that's like dishonest about some shit. I am not about to fight fair with Herschel Walker. For one, you're too dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're dangerous dumb. You smart, you're as strong as a fucking grizzly bear, and you're stupid. So, like, if somebody says stop, you're not gonna stop. And you got post-traumatic stress syndrome from being a contact sport athlete, which means that you're just crazy and out of control anyway. Like, bruh. I'm be strapped up. I would be strapped up during a debate with Herschel Walker. You're not about to be tackling me and putting me in all kind of headlocks, trying to break my neck, talking about, I told you that air was clean. I told you I carry a gun, motherfucker. Like, what? I got a black belt. I got a black belt from the Michael Kors store. I got a black belt from the Gucci store. I got a black belt from the Coach store. And I got a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Okay? Root Tracker said maybe you and Izzy can bring Walker on as a man. That would be hilarious. I just want y'all two to know that y'all's is twos erasers. That's what he'd say. Y'all's is twos erasers. I'd be like, we're two erasers? Are we attached to a pencil or no? And I'll be Nancy Kerrigan. Nancy Kerrigan, that's old school. You think you about to win this ice skating competition? Bloop, not anymore. That shit remind me of DMX. What do you say? Who had to do it? Boom, not anymore. Nancy Kerrigan. Shout out to Nancy Kerrigan with the crowbar. You know what I'm saying? Nancy Kerrigan. Oh wait, was it Nancy Kerrigan that got hit with the crowbar, or was that Tanya Harding? Who was the one that attacked? Nancy Kerrigan was the one that hit Tanya Harding, wasn't it? Man, that's old school. That's old school white people shit. I was like, damn. Man, that's funny as hell. Tanya got attacked. Oh, Tanya hit. Okay. Nancy got hit. Tanya was like, bitch, feel this fucking crowbar, bitch. You're not gonna be winning shit on this fucking ice. Bam. Nancy said, my leg. If that was 2022, she'd have been like, a black dude did it. And Tanya Harding would have been like, shit, and put on her motherfucking sunglasses and a hat and walked away. I don't know what happened. All I know is that a black man did it. I literally have no clue about anything else. The only thing that I know definitively is that a black man did it. That's it. I don't know shit else. I don't know what time it is. Don't know what day it is. Don't know where I was at. Don't know what I was hit with. Don't know where I was hit. All I know is that a black man did it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, with voting restriction measures in place for the Georgia midterms, it will be more challenging than ever for black voters to make up the difference. I mean, what difference? I mean, shit, it's only 3% left that can vote. She's getting 97% of the black female vote and 80% of the black male vote. I mean, you're almost at 100%. What do you want black people to just like you? The only way that you could get more black votes is if you stop supporting abortion and there's more black people, you idiot, but you support abortion. That is the only mathematical way that you'll be able to have more black votes than what you already have, because you're already maxed out. As a matter of fact, I think that we just came up with a new nickname. Meet maxed out. Meet maxed out. Y'all ever seen somebody look at you with that face before? She like, mm-hmm. That's that face right there. How many people's mothers or grandmothers ever turned around looking at them like that? You know what came after that? It wasn't nothing nice. It wasn't nothing nice that came after you get that look, especially if they was in the kitchen cooking and you turn and you look up and they looking at you like that. Lord have mercy. Yeah, you might be able to talk him out of the fight. Actually, you could talk him into a different direction, Jay. You could probably be like, yo, Herschel, there goes some clean air. Oh, where? Where? Here, run over there to it. Give you time enough to pull the strap. See, Root Tracker wants some damn salmon patties now. Salmon patties was something that I grew into. Like, I didn't like them when I was a kid. And I don't care what anybody says. I don't fuck with chitlins. That like that, there's no middle ground with chitlins. Some people like them and they eat them. Other people make excuses. Well, it got to be about how people clean them. Nah, I don't fuck with chitlins. Shout out to my man D Scott. You know what I'm saying? For the $5 super chat. My man D Scott said 3 hours behind, but I'm dying. Shout your ass out that office. Great stream thus far. Shout out to my man D Scott, man. Everybody drop some radiation emoji for my man D Scott. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't like the salmon patties when I was a kid. I didn't like them. I ate them though, because I didn't have no choice. That's back in the day when you didn't have a choice of what you was about to eat. You know what I'm saying? See, that's some new shit, being allowed to have a choice of what you eat. That is new. Back in the day, you didn't have a choice. Where are you going with that plate? Huh? Sit your ass back down and finish eating your dinner. Okay. See, that shit don't happen nowadays. That where you going with your plate shit? You remember you try to get up and hold your plate all kind of funny ways so like your parents couldn't see like what was on it? No, you had to eat that shit whether you liked it or not. So I ended up developing a taste for salmon patties. But I didn't like them at first. Cause like I'm sensitive with like texture changes. You know what I'm saying? If it's not pecan ice cream, you know what I'm saying? Or like, cashew, that green ice cream with cashews in it. I love that stuff. If it's not like some shit like that, I can't deal with like texture changes. Like, and like you know how them salmon patties are, like you be eating them and then like it's some gristle inside of it. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that makes me that does something to me. And like I was always like that as a kid. So like I just had to be I found a way to eat the shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, I didn't have like it wasn't none of that. You're gonna eat your food or else you finna get your ass beat. Or you're gonna be in trouble. You can't go outside or some shit if you don't eat. Green beans, like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't never had those salmon patties that came out of that red and black can? Hold on real quick. I'm about to see if I can find the can. Hold on, I'm about to see if I can find the can real quick. Wait, salmon. Hold on. Salmon patties, canned salmon recipe. Hold on. Canned salmon. Where's that? Man, they don't even have it no more. Where's that old school bottle, that old school thing of salmon patties? Y'all remember what can I'm talking about, though? Let me see. Canned salmon. I'm gonna see black and red can. I think it was black and red. Oh yeah, this is it right here. Royal red, I think. Facts. You ate what people made. That's the only thing you would. That's the only excuse that you would get too. Your mother made this. Okay. All right. That one right there. That's all my dad was. Your mother made this. All right. Right. You can't leave the table until you finish your plate. I remember one time my brother sat there to my brother sat there to school started in the morning. Wait, hold on. Here we go again. This is one of them right here too. I think this is the actual can that I'm looking for. This one right here. Black top, pink salmon. Yeah, this is definitely it right here. Premium Wild Alaska, and they got this fish on it. Man, that is so funny. Yeah, you had to sit at the table till that shit was gone. Oh, I'll tell you another one too. And don't let you eat too much food or ask for some more food and you can't eat all of it. How many people parents ever told them your eyes is bigger than your stomach? Oh, I see your eyes was bigger than your stomach. Well, guess what? You still got to eat all that shit. I used to be like, my eyes are bigger than my stomach. What? Then I would look at my eye. I guess I do got some big ass eyes, but they're not bigger than my stomach though. Look. Jay said, you see that nobody got McDonald's money meme? A Big Mac combo was like $1.99. Bro, you remember when Taco Bell had them 59, 79, 99 tacos? They had the Little Richard commercial, 59, 79, 99. Remember that shit? And they had the George Clinton Funkadelic commercial for the mini muffins. Who remember that shit? Y'all remember that? That George Clinton commercial was fire though, for real. That's too funny, man. That is too funny, y'all. Guess what, man? I promised y'all that I wouldn't do no long ass live streams like this again. We are 4 hours. We damn near 5 hours deep. You know what? I just seen DJ Elmo's comment real quick. I actually like liver. Liver and onions if it's made right, man. I know that shit sound crazy. People gonna look at me like I'm crazy. I love liver. Liver and onions is on point. Especially if somebody made it the right way. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious, man. Did y'all ever see that meme back in the day when it was like black parents be like, and they was like, Jay don't like liver and onions. I ain't mad at it, bro. I didn't like it at first neither, but like DJ almost said though, I just acquired the taste. You know what I'm saying? I acquired a taste for sushi too. I actually like sushi a lot, actually. You know what I'm saying? But that what the fuck was I about to say? Oh damn, I lost my train of thought. What was I about to say? I don't even remember. I'll figure it out. And it'll be the thing that we start with on the next stream. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, all 33 of y'all that's in here, I definitely appreciate each and every one of y'all for being in here. If you guys are not subscribed to all my channels, make sure that you guys subscribe. Make sure that you guys hit the bell icon twice. Everybody that contributed to supporting the stream tonight, thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Please drop some radiation emojis for the stream supporters, and I will catch you all on the next video. All right? Oh, yeah. Meme. That's right, meme. Real quick before we get out of here, meme. So there was this meme that I saw, and it was like, black parents be like, and it's like, if you ask for some McDonald's, they'll tell you better McDonald your ass upstairs or some shit. It's like, Dad, can I have some McDonald's? Boy, you better McDonald your ass back outside. You better McDonald your ass upstairs and do your homework. Did your parents ever say that shit to you? Because my dad used to say that shit all the time. Can I go downstairs and play Nintendo? You better Nintendo your ass outside. I'm like, what? How do you do that? I'm going to go outside and play basketball. Basketball? Better basketball your ass to that homework. What? That's hilarious, man. You better basketball your ass to that homework. Okay. All right. Ah. Oh shit, man. That's hilarious, man. Yeah, that is some FBA shit. Facts. You better Burger King your ass outside. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? My dad would be on it. He would be reading the newspaper and shit, man. I would ask my mom too. I'm not even talking to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, read the Plain Dealer. The fuck? Mom, I'm about to go outside and play Nintendo. You better Nintendo your ass upstairs and do that home. Where the fuck did you come from? Yeah, money don't grow on trees. Money don't grow on trees. I heard that all the time. That's why I started growing a garden and shit. For real. I was told that shit at a very young age. Like, I wanted to do some shit. My mom was like, money don't grow on trees. I was like, you know what? I have never seen a dollar bill hanging off of a tree. I'm about to grow all these motherfucking plants and see if some dollar bills come up. So then I started getting interested in plants and botany and shit. And I grew gardens for like 3 or 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like some squash and cucumbers and tomatoes and shit like that. Strawberries, potatoes. You know what I'm saying? I grew some beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes. You know what I'm saying? I grew all that shit. And never once did I grow a dollar. But see, now I understand what that shit meant, though. Money don't grow on trees. But it's funny, though, because like when you actually dive into that shit, it does for some people. Money does grow on some people's family tree. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Here's an example of money growing on somebody's family tree. We'll be talking about this in a later stream. London's $25 billion railway, which took 23 years to build, was opened by Queen Elizabeth II. One station is big enough to fit the city's tallest skyscraper inside. A $25 billion railway that took 23 years to build. One station is big enough to fit the city's tallest skyscraper inside. I think that it should always be Black people's goals to surpass nonsense like that. I think that Black people should be the first people to build a light year tall structure. You guys know how tall 1 light year is? How tall is a light year? Most people don't even think of light year in terms of height, do you? Light year. A light year is a large unit of length used to express astronomical distances and is equivalent to about 9.46 trillion kilometers or 5.8 trillion miles. As defined by International Astronomical Union, a light year is the distance light travels in a vacuum in 1 Julian year, which is 365.25 days. Could you imagine how tall a building like that would be? Sit back and imagine that shit. A building that tall. Or some kind of structure that's that tall. Light years. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That right there, that's that kind of shit that I'm talking about. I'm about to see if I can find something real quick. Real quick, you guys. If you guys have not smashed the like button, make sure you guys help your boy out by smashing that like button. There was this video that I had. And I wanted to show it to you guys. And I don't know if I can find it or not. And I saw it the other day. Ah, here it is. I found it. Man, I've been looking for this video for a long time. Now, the reason why I want to show you guys this video is because this video will give you a visual representation of how long a light year is, how tall a light year is. Okay? Check this out. Because this is real. And somebody is going to do this. And if somebody does it, why not have it be us? So check this out right here. Watch this. This is a really good video. I love watching this video.
Our universe, a vast and mystical place, yet full of mystery. How big is it? Why are we here? Is there a higher being up there? To answer these, we first got to look deep within ourselves, really, really deep, to what makes us, and ultimately, the universe. At the universal domain of tininess, these are quantum foams atop one-dimension strings, the fabric of space-time itself, going any smaller would defy the laws of physics. This is the smallest thing in existence, a Planck particle. The next smallest thing are quintillion times bigger. Everything in our universe are made up of these particles defined by the Standard Model. They are responsible for mass, electromagnetism, gravity, and radioactive decay. The smallest of them is the electron neutrino, so small it weighs against even the smallest quark. These are quarks which combine to form composite particles, the most familiar being the protons and neutrons. This wave is from the photon, the light particle. Zooming further, we pass by electrons and reach the Higgs boson, the particle responsible for mass. And finally, we made it to what we're all familiar with, protons and neutrons, some of which combine to form atomic nucleus, the largest being element 118. Yet, the nucleus is a tiny fraction of the atom. Electrons in quantum motion orbits this vast empty space, and at last, the atom. Big, huh? Our body alone is made up of 1 octillion atoms, with cesium being the largest. Some of these bond to form the 4 building blocks of life: proteins, carbohydrates, fats, and DNA. The wonders of nanotechnology exist here. This is a clickable view of an electron microscope. The land here is ruled by viruses, so small yet deadly. For example, HIV claims millions annually. We zoom out to bacteria. Our body alone has an astonishing 100 trillion of them. These are cells that makes up life. Every single one of our 40 trillion cells contains 20 billion pairs of DNA genome. We reach the landscape of some of the smallest animals. At this scale, even a flea looks like something straight off a horror movie. Ugh. A rice grain and an ant. We're getting more familiar. Oh, would you look at that Genius Channel advertisement on the iPhone? And here's your daily dose of nightmare. Enjoy. Do be grateful they didn't grow as big as us. And this is where we stand, created by the very laws of the macroscopic world to create the vast macroscopic world beyond us. Marvel of the fascinations of the animal kingdom and its biggest land mammal, the elephant. Yet, the ocean dwells even larger creatures. For example, the giant squid, the Jurassic World mosasaur, and a blue whale, the largest animal ever existed. But history produced even greater creatures, a jet-sized flying creature, a dinosaur longer than a blue whale, and another taller than a 5-story building. Still dwarf in comparison to the tallest living organism, the Hyperion tree. But we scale higher with aerodynamic technology. And behold, the largest thing to ever flew the skies, the Hindenburg. We have also conquered the seas with naval technology. Behold, the Poseidon the sea, the Isle Viking. And we've reached higher than ever, building architectural masterpieces towering city skylines, even exceeding natural wonders. We've not only exceeded vertically, but horizontally as well. Yet nature always outdo us, forming landforms reaching incredible heights. But our species spread wide and far. Yet space is a whole new frontier. These are the moons of other planets, vast areas of unexplored regions, climate, and landscape awaits. As we zoom out from moons to planets, we ask ourselves, where are we? That's here. That's Earth. On it, everyone you ever know, every religion, every ideology, every conflict, every experience, every saint and sinner in history of our species live out their lives in a speck of dust, suspended in space. The sun, a ball of superheated gas.
Now, this is my question. As you zoom out from where Earth is, look at Earth, right? Look at this. Look at these distances right here. As you zoom out, does it seem that unrealistic to actually build something that's a light year tall? It only seems unrealistic because from our current understanding, we believe that we're restricted to the Earth. But even if you scale it down to not go beyond the Earth, right? Because there's some people that believe in the flat Earth and all that. But if you scale down and go back down to those quark level particles, you can still hit a light year distance just at a smaller scale. So like look at this. Like these other planets make the Earth look tiny, and these aren't even planets that are in our solar system.
History of our species live out their lives in a speck of dust, suspended in space. The sun, a ball of superheated gas, can fit 1 million Earth inside of it. Yet our sun is tiny compared to the really big stars out there. Polaris, over 10,000 times bigger than our sun. Pistol Star, 3,000 times larger than Polaris. If it was our sun, it would have reached far out as Mars. And then there's this monster, Uy Scuti, the largest star ever discovered, 1,000,000,000 times bigger than our sun. The extent of our solar system. Yet, it's just one of many solar systems in our galaxy, one of them being the TRAPPIST-1 star system, believed to house 7 planets with life. Passing by Saturn orbit, witness the largest black hole and abyss among these interstellar beauties. We've reached the distance light travels in a year, just reaching the nearest stars.
So there's your light year long structure. That's your light year long structure, and you're not even anywhere near halfway across. Not even the galaxy, like you're not even like to the Kuiper belt, like that little area of rocks around there. That's the Kuiper belt. Now, the reason why I'm showing you guys this is because when I say world domination is the only solution, I mean that. And the reason why I mean that is because you have these people that think that it's in their purpose to colonize Mars. If they're already looking to attempt to take over Mars, to take over the moon, to take over other planets, you don't think that they've looked out this far to try to dominate the entire plane of existence? Most people aren't even thinking about this, but it's here.
Scale, a space shuttle would take hundreds of millions of years to cover. These spectacular objects you see are called nebulas. There are interstellar regions of clouds and stardust, the largest and probably most boring named one being this, NGC 604. But they are accompanied by stars, lots of them. Some have dozens of planets. As we traverse our Milky Way, could there be someone, somewhere out there, among billions of stars and trillions of planets, thinking, do we exist? Our Milky Way, home to 100 billion stars, our sun being just one of them, is just one of trillions of galaxies out there, each with billions of stars. And some are really, really big. IC 1101, the largest galaxy. It contains 100 trillion stars and 1 quadrillion planets. Could there be one with life? Galaxies merge to form galaxy clusters. Each speck you see here is not a single star, but a whole galaxy of stars, seen as one. Laniakea, a supercluster of 100,000 galaxies. In just one of many superclusters in the Physis-Cetus supercluster complex, with many other supercluster complex, form the vast cosmic web. And eventually, our universe. Here lies everything. Or does it? What if there's a universe, one where Hillary Clinton became president, one where Hitler won the war, or the dinosaur never went extinct? What if there are parallel universes with different timelines? How many would there be? A lot. In just 1 second, anything could happen. This is the number of parallel universes in the next second alone. A number so big it's just the number of digits it have. Anything from your crush texting you now to this video hangs happens here. Yet, since the Big Bang, unimaginable numbers of parallel universes have formed. Every possible event imaginable, every alternate timeline conceivable. Everything within the laws of physics, every possible outcome throughout all of space-time itself.
So now this is my question. How is it, based on this, that people think that, I don't know, the universe is not a giant computer program? I mean, that is exactly what science says. everything is programmed down to exact specifications. And I'll post a link for this video if you guys want me to. I see Roots Tracker wants me to drop the link to this video.
Exists here, parallel universe. Yet, could there even be other parallel universes with different laws of physics, other dimensions, and even colors we can't see? Alternate universe with everything we can't ever imagine nor comprehend. The multiverse.
So now this is my question. You don't think that these people are trying to take this, looking beyond what most people think even exists? If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. I'd say re-examine what's in the news. I'd say re-examine what people are doing with technology. The evidence is clear. And like I've always said, if you're not living in domination, you're living in subjugation. If you're not dominating, then you're being dominated. Now, my thing is that has existential consequences, because when these people encounter, I don't know, maybe someplace out there that is not very favorable with colonization, with, quote, taking over, with, quote, things being how they've been, when they step into the wrong backyard, that could be an existential event for everybody on Earth. I don't think that's how it'll go, DJ Elmo. Honestly, I don't think that's how it'll go at all. I think that if that were to take place, whatever super civilization you may be talking about, they're going to destroy the entire human race, because they're going to look at every other human group and wonder why we didn't keep the rogue human group in check. Because that's what I would do. If I was some civilization far away and some rogue group of humans attempted to take over where I'm from, I would take care of those humans that came there. I would reverse engineer their technology. I would come back and wipe out their entire civilization. And if I'm some alien that is completely indiscriminate to humans and I have no idea what humans are, I'm wiping out anything that looks human. Any primate is going. That's what I would do. So if I would do that, and if something is a part of a super civilization, I'd have to assume that it's more advanced than me. So at the least, it would probably do what I'm saying that I would do. At the very least. And see, and that right there, that's what I'm talking about. That right there is what I'm talking about. And I believe that that's a real existential threat. Not even just the existential threat coming, talking about, possible aliens. I'm talking about it could be an existential threat with dealing with artificial intelligence that they come up with right here on Earth. That's another reason why, in my opinion, people have a responsibility, a due diligence to deal with this kind of nonsense, because this kind of nonsense that these people think, it's an existential threat to everybody. Yeah, I'm sure it probably has started. Shit. But it's an existential threat to everybody. When you think that you are some kind of superior entity and you can do whatever you want to and go wherever you want to and harm whoever you want to and just do whatever it is that you want to, you're going to run into either some force or some people or some entity or something that is going to be like, you need to pump the brakes and we're going to pump them for you. And then the problem is going to be that's going to be a problem for everybody, because that organization is going to be, or that organization or that organism or that force is going to be looking at, well, what's wrong with the rest of the people? Didn't the rest of the people see this as a threat? And if the rest of the people allowed this, then they must have supported it. Because like I said, that's what I would assume. So that means that will put all of us in danger. NASA, Tesla, CERN, and they don't care. They don't care. They don't have sense enough to care. They don't have the brain capacity to care. So when I say world domination is the only solution, people may laugh. It may sound extreme, but I'm dead serious. So that's just something to think about. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you're not subscribed to the channels, make sure that you hit that bell icon twice. Also, smash the like button and please share the video out. And I will catch you all on the next one. All right. Peace.